Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're back with a fresh week of Stock Dads TV. We got Aaron here kicking things off for us. Aaron, go ahead and dive right into it, my friend.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Morning, Lyle. Morning, Tommy B. Up and at it. Good to see it. Amanda. Hopefully you survived your struggling weekend with the picture you sent, Amanda. That was awesome. I appreciate that. That kept me warm throughout the weekend. I appreciate that. It was a balmy 20 here, I think. Lar, good morning. B-Stone, what's up? L.A. Hayes, Miss Komika, always a pleasure. Chris, what's up? Darren, how are you? That's good, man. I'm glad you guys survived. Yes. Very good. All right. Give everybody a few minutes. Big, happy weekend here with the Hoosiers just continuing to do what IU's doing, dropping 56 on Oregon. That, holy moly. So that leaves our matchup, Miami, IU. Pretty cool. Morning, Nate. Yes, Edward. We're gonna we'll go over that for sure. Yeah, Bud's just stacking up the wins, isn't he? Yep. Isn't he, Ed? Old boy's just stacking up the wins. Just can't let him, walk off into the sunset, can we? All right. Yes, statement game by the Hoosiers. Gosh, dropped 38 on. Everybody's saying they haven't played anybody yet. They dropped 38 on Alabama, dropped 56 on Oregon. Holy moly. All right, so we'll see. But yeah, pretty cool. How about that? I'm not a big NFL guy except for the Colts, and one Achilles injury ruined the Colts for this year. But yeah, I saw the highlights of that. I was like, what in the world? Like, nobody wanted to win. Like, just whoever has the ball last, right? All right. Okay. All right, well, let's get to it, guys. Again, hope everybody had a great weekend. We're our full bore into 2026 now. So if you haven't started setting your goals yet, make sure you do that. Decide where you want to be this time next year. All right. And we might be on the call, but I wanted to remind you guys that those mentorship applications go live at 9 a.m. Okay, so make sure to get in. That application process takes about 10 minutes. And then there'll be, I'll be going over all those, but make sure you get in there, and if that's something that you're interested in, and you think that that's for you. I've tried to explain how, kind of give you the parameters of it, but it's pretty serious deal. So if you think that's for you, get in there and get those applications filled out. We'll be going, or I'll be going through those this week. Okay. All right. So starting off on news. Now, we've got all sorts of dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria going on right now. So if you didn't hear, Pal's under federal investigation. Still, remember, he's done in May too. So thanks, Snipe. Yeah, smash that like. So Pal's under federal investigation now. Jay Powell, our Fed chairman. So that, who knows what that's going to do, and how that whole thing's going to play out. But we've got that. Obviously, we've got all the geopolitical stuff and all that going on. So good times, right? Good times. But is what it is. That's what. That's the world we've chosen to live in when we're traders, right? Is uncertainty. So anything can happen. Anything can happen. Thank you, Snipe. Yeah, smash that. I always feel like a 20-something when I say smash that like, so I'll let you take that for me, Snipe. Very good. Run it up. All right. Yeah, the magical Fed building money. Yes, that's where this whole thing. I don't want to go too into it, but a lot of this has to do with all the money they're spending on this new building. And what is kind of comical about that is, I don't know if you remember the picture, but Ed was nice enough to send it to me with a funny quote around it. But there's a picture of Trump and Powell in hard hats. This was a couple months back, looking around the construction of the new Fed building. And now there's a federal investigation, and that's a big part of it. So that's kind of funny. I'm sure the memes will come out attached to that picture. But Ed, if you have that handy, I think that's kind of comical. All right, but starting off on news. Solicited the Mag 7 to build this ballroom. There you go. So starting off on news today, there's really nothing on the tape, but get my right screen. There we go. There's nothing on the tape for today. I mean, hang on, things are so wild. Let me refresh, make sure nothing snuck in here. Nope. Okay, but going into this week, we've got 2 inflation prints in a row, right? We've got CPI, which big inflation print. All right, that's tomorrow. All right, and then PPI on Wednesday. All right, so these are big. All right, these are big and can cause a lot of volatility. We got our normal unemployment claims on Thursday. They're really not much on Friday. So this midweek, right, Tuesday, Wednesday, can really get things moving. All right, and we'll just let price tell us everything we need to know. Okay, so let's look at this going into the end of the month. We're not that far away, 16 days from our next Fed meeting. All right, who the hell knows who's going to be manning that, but you know. But you can see now our first rate cut has been pushed out to June. Okay, remember it was March, then it was April, now it's June. But as these inflation prints come in this week, that is going to move this around, which in turn moves our markets around. All right, all those prints that come in, the main reason the market's responding to them is because of how they affect this. Okay. All right, so interesting. 95% chance of a pause at the end of the month, and see our first rate cut has been pushed out to June now. All right. So very interesting. Very interesting. All right, so going into today, what's right in front of us? Nothing on the tape for today, but obviously there can be lots of volatility because of all the geopolitical stuff going on. All right. Okay, so let's get to it. All right, where's the correct? There we go. Let me get the right screen. All right. So where are we starting the week? All right, so starting off on the VIX. This is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. Okay, this is the leading indicator for our broad markets, for our U.S. indices. All right, we're still in short setups. The larger short we're in is from December 17th, okay, or 1890. Now, trading view peeps, you probably won't. This will look weird. Just draw from the 1890 down here to the 1590s. All right, and that gives us the short setups that we're in on the VIX. Okay, targets are down here at 1520. Now, what we're watching for going into this morning is overnight we had this next measured move right here on the VIX that broke. Okay, so could there be a long from lows? There absolutely could be. We got to watch that. What in the world's going on here? There we go. Hold on, Tamika, what is? I'm all over the joint here. Remove. Thank you. All right. There we go. So we got to watch these longs from lows. All right, and you're going to see this on the indices, and I'll show you the correlation here. But we've got resistance above us. Obviously, we're in larger shorts. The whole trend is down, right? The trend is down. The path of least resistance is down on the indices, or sorry, down on the VIX, up on the indices. Okay, but this is what we're watching here. From these lows of 1610 up to these 1685s, all right? And we'll start talking about the new contract maybe later this week, but for now, we're still watching our continuous. But you can see we're starting to get a reaction there. All right. Now, a break of this would be 39, 35s down to 30. We'd have to break the 30s. Okay. And then that little long is broken and we can continue down. All right. But it is a Monday. You know, remember that we can get lower participation on Mondays. But this is what we're watching, because if this holds and we start to lift off, right, we've got targets up here, but also we've got that larger short that we've never traded. Okay, we've never officially come up here and lit this fuse and traded that. We traded into the 38.2, but we never made it. So, you know, we'll just let price tell us everything we need to know. And right now, we're getting a reaction at that long setup right there. Okay? So that's what we're looking at starting off the week. Okay, right there. That's what we're looking at starting off the week. Okay? All right. Any questions? Any questions at all on the VIX? Starting off, where we're starting off, I should say. Where we're starting off. My weekend, it was good. It was good. Got a lot done, which is what I wanted to do. I wanted to be productive. My sleep schedule was all jacked up, right? Because I was up till some ungodly hour on Friday. See, the whole shtick of this, and some people make fun of me, but I'm very much an early to bed, early to rise person. And so when I have to stay up really late, like I had to for the IU game, right? Because it didn't start till 7:30. So I have to, this is where I run into a pickle, right? Because I have to drink some coffee to make sure I'm up and fired up for the game, right? Well, I make it through the game, but then I've got this caffeine in my system. So then it's harder to fall asleep. Then I'm up a little bit later trying to get tired. And then it's just chaos, right? Just chaos for the next, like, day or two. Oh, have I told you I'm single? Anyway, so it's just chaos, right? So it takes me a day or two to catch up. But now I got everything back in line, I think, until next Monday, until a week from today when the next game is. There was even a rodeo here Sunday. I wanted to go to the rodeo yesterday, but I just didn't have it. I didn't have it in me because I kind of slept in, and yeah, there was a rodeo right down the street I wanted to go to, but didn't make it. I'll have to wait for the next one. Okay. So, thanks, Mary Rose. I don't think that's it, but I see where you're coming from. All right. Morning, Miss Mary Rose. Morning, Jalen. All right. Yeah, there was a big one here. I've been to a few of them. And this one was right around the corner too, but I was just like, I didn't want to go solo either. All right. Okay, it's a good time, Amanda. It's a good time. Thanks, Laura. Yeah, I mean a barrel racer. All right. Okay. All right. Okay, so everybody good? Everybody good on the VIX? All right. Okay, so moving on to our financials, moving on to bank. Bank, our financials are still in an uptrend. We're still in longs, right? We're still in longs. So we'll see where we open up and what direction we get moving. And remember, bank is lifting off, right? That's a tailwind behind our indices. Those that have, started with me in the past month or two, hopefully you're picking up what I'm putting down here on how this works. It's not tick for tick, but if you see bank falling and the indices rising, you'll see it's like a boat anchor. It's like they just can't get going, right? But once bank turns around and starts to lift off, it's like anchors pulled up and indices are free to go, right? Same thing the other way. So we'll see. We've got this long setup. Now this is just an index. This isn't traded, right? Just an index, so it doesn't have to be perfect. But from our lows on January 6th to our highs on January 8th, okay, there's the pullback we're in right now. And if that does break, there's still the long halfway back on the year, right? We're still above the halfway back on the year. So everything's bullish for our financials over the longer term. And if I believe this week, we've got some pretty big, now the huge banks aren't part of this index, but obviously they have an influence on them. But I do believe we've got some bank earnings this week, some pretty big bank earnings. So we'll see what that does, how that affects things. Now remember, those great big banks aren't in this index, but like I said, they're obviously going to affect, the overall sentiment of everything. Okay? All right. Yeah, I can forget about my sleep schedule, exactly. Very good, Amanda. Okay, so there's our financials. Now, when we get to the indices, all right, and we're coordinating this, right, with the VIX. So the long that the ES is in is from January 2nd, basically halfway back on the year. January 2nd to our highs on January 7th. Okay, there's our pullback, right? Never hit our target, so we just leave the draw right here. Now, what we're watching for is this right here. From these highs, all right, on Friday, to these lows. Now, what this is, okay, is an incorrect drawing until I get it up there. There we go. Okay, so what this pullback right here is this, right? Because if this falls through, more than likely the indices are just going to squeeze back to highs. All right, so you can see the divergence there is between Friday's lows to highs on the VIX, which we're trading right now, and Friday's highs to lows on the ES. See the divergence? The VIX is right here. Right, the VIX is right here. So, all right. Morning, Frank. So, as we make this squeeze higher, if the VIX just chills out where it is, we can make this squeeze higher, and then if the VIX starts to lift off of that long, right, we can roll back over. Remember, this long still has a couple ticks room, and the indices are going to move further, farther, faster, in the opposite way than what the VIX does. A couple ticks on the VIX can be a significant move on the indices. So we'll see. Right, we'll see, but that is your long right there on the VIX, and that would equate with this up here on the ES, okay? So now if the VIX breaks that long, then we're going to delete this, right? And the indices are free to rally. Now, when it comes to, remember, it's just Monday, so we don't have any really much of an idea of the trend yet. Now, as far as our gap fill is up at 7,475. Here's 10 points, here's 20 points. We're obviously over 20 points away. Now, that doesn't mean that the gap can't fill. That just means that the probabilities are that it won't, right? We don't have the edge on our side that it will. It's not 0%. We've seen gaps fill from 100 points away before and just been like, wow, that was something. So let's look at 30 points. I was hesitant to draw this up, but 74, 75, because what this all really depends on, okay? Wow, I almost nailed that without even trying. Tamika, look at that. Okay. The reason I'm hesitant to draw this up is because of this short. What this all boils down to, okay, is this. It literally is that right there. this goes up from this long, the indices are going to fall. We break, we break this long, right? We can draw highs to lows, look for a pullback, right? And the VIX can continue to fall and the indices will just rally, right? They can fill that gap. So that's what it really depends on. Now, our probabilities, if we open at 930, outside of 30 points, okay, and the VIX hasn't broken that long setup, then our probabilities are to trade away from the fill, okay? Now, if for some reason we get up here and actually open inside of 20, then we're going to be filling that gap. Now, if we do get a squeeze, you better believe we're watching the half, okay? Especially at these distances. All right, so if we opened right now, the half would be right here. So the half would be inside of that resistance level. Okay, so if we do start trending, right, and we see the VIX starting to weaken, and we start to squeeze, keep an eye on that half, because more than likely, unless we really move around, that half is going to end up being somewhere inside of this resistance level. Okay. I know that's a lot, but yeah. Okay. Could this long in the VIX be considered the middle of the range? Absolutely, it could. Yeah, absolutely, it could. That's a good eye. It could absolutely be considered the middle of the range, and we could break it and fall right back down to the bottom. Yep, absolutely, it could. All that we know right now, right? All that we know right now is we've traded up into this resistance, right? And then the next measured move coming out of that broke, right? So that tells us to draw this up. Now, if this breaks, right, because we want to break a short and break a long, and now we know we're in a range. So we've broken the short, right? Step one, we broke the short. Okay, so that tells us to draw the long up right away, and we're getting a reaction. If that breaks, then yes, we've had a short break, a long break, and we're in a range, right? But very good, Dario, very good. Yep. So we'll watch that, and then if that breaks, that's going to tell us stay out of the middle, right? That will tell us stay out of the middle. All right. Very good, man. Very good. I'd love to see that stuff. Okay. All right, so that's where we're sitting on the ES. So not a whole lot going on right now, right? Not a whole lot going on right now. I'm hesitant to draw up this long from lows, right? Because that would be a really tiny short from highs right there after we've traded this. So see how we're kind of in this pickle right now? Not a whole lot going on. We'll let it get closer to the open. Right, we're in no rush here. We'll let the trend kind of, at least me, I'm going to let the trend kind of play out, you know, for the first little bit this morning, and then see where we are and go from there, right? Just let price tell us what we need to know. Okay, any questions on the gap fill? Again, keep an eye on the half. If we do start trending that way, keep an eye on the half. Well, crap. Hang on one second, guys. 1 second. Hang on 1 second. All right, I think I got it. Okay. All right, so any questions on the fill? On the ES, if it retests support, is it less likely to hold? It just all depends on what the VIX does. No, are you talking about down here? Yeah, no, that's a support level. It's a support level until it breaks. That's how we have to look at it, right? A lot of people will say, oh, the third time it goes through, blah, blah, blah. All we know is it's a support level until it breaks. Now, the second test is always considered the dangerous test, right? See, we've traded it once. So when we get down here and trade it again, there's got to be a whole new group. Now, there'll be some leftover orders, but there's going to have to be a whole new group of buyers step in. But it all depends on where the VIX is at resistance when it gets down there. right? Because if the VIX goes through resistance, then yeah, get the hell out of the way. It's going to fall, right? That doesn't count for the swear jar, by the way, does it? I don't think it does. But yeah, absolutely. That's a good eye. Sorry, a good eye. Yeah, it just depends on where the VIX is and its resistance at that point in time, and if we're getting a reaction. Yep. All right. So moving on, Nasdaq came down and traded within 2 points, within 8 ticks of its support. Okay, and that was the second test. You can almost say that's the third test right there. All right. So from these lows, halfway back in the year, basically last Friday, lows to highs. Traded once, traded twice, third time, then 8 ticks right there. But we're going to watch this as well. And you can see that this could if we go through the middle, that could very easily turn into a great big range, right? Very easily. But we're going to watch this same setup, right? We're going to watch this same setup on the ES, or on the NASDAQ, as we are on the ES and the VIX, just inverse of the VIX. All right, so that's where we are. So right now we're really in no man's land. We're kind of in the middle of nowhere here. Because remember, we want to trade the extremes. So there's the highs, there's the lows. Okay, so that's where the NASDAQ is. Now, moving on to the YM and the Russell is a little bit different. Okay, the YM made this big pullback. There we go. Okay. So our larger move is our halfway back on the year. Okay, Friday's highs to lows, or lows to highs. There's our pullback right there. And then this, inside of that, is our next measured move right there from our lows on Thursday, right, to our highs here on Friday. There was our pullback right there. Never hit our target, right? So we just leave the draw right where it is. And we came back and we made this pullback. All right, so watch Bank. Bank's the best leading indicator for the YM and the Russells. All right, they're the most sensitive to Bank's movements. All right, but we're watching this Monday or today's highs to lows, and you can see we're starting to get a reaction right there. All right, if that breaks, got our all the way halfway back. This is all going to depend, obviously, on the VIX, but watch Bank as well. Okay, so that's what we're looking at right here. All right, so you can see how everything's kind of teetering here on letting us know what's going on, right? So there's the YM. All right, we'll see, you know, once Bank opens, what direction it gets going, and that'll give us our clue on the YM and the Russells. Okay, but we are trading into that short setup right now. All right, and that's just our overnight highest to lows. All right, moving on to the Russells. Okay, the Russells has been going straight up, right? Russells has been going absolutely straight up. So going back and looking at everything, here's where we are. Okay, there's all sorts of support anchors we've been using. All right, and it finally kind of showed its hand here, right? So from our last Wednesday, the 7th, lows to our highs here on Friday, there's our pullback right there. No target, target's actually way up there, but no target hit, so we just leave the draw right where it is. But look at what the Russells ran into. Okay, there's its halfway back. All right, so you can see that's correlating a little bit closer to where the VIX is right now. Right, the VIX is at that long. So again, we'll see where we open up on Bank, what direction we get moving. Right, but you could see a scenario where this thing, you know, if Bank is weak today, where this thing pulls back. Right. So again, just watch Bank. That's the one unknown until we get to our open. All right. Let's see what we got going on. Nothing really here. All right. So any questions? VIX Bank indices. VIX Bank indices before we move on. Everybody good? Okay. All right. Okay, moving on. Bitcoin squeezed right into its short and got slammed. All right, remember where we are. Hang on, there it is. That's not what I wanted. There it is. Okay. So from our, I believe that's, yeah, our October 17th, lows to lows. Remember, we've been in this extension. It's been briefly sloppy, right, by $100. It broke that short setup by $100, right? But then after that, we broke our halfway back on the year. Okay, so our halfway back long on the year, from our lows of the year to highs of the year, that broke. So this is our short setup coming off of those highs. Right there. All right, so from this high on our little break right there, that was on Monday the 5th, last Monday, highs to lows. See, we've traded up into it once, twice. We'll get rid of this because we don't need it. Okay. Traded into it again. So we squeezed up and just got slammed. Right. So we'll see if we start to trend out of this. Right. We'll see if we start to trend out of this thing. All right. Targets are down here. We've got the larger targets at 75,000. All right. So yeah, big squeeze and then Matumboed right there. Okay. So still in shorts, still in extension shorts, still in worker bee moves and shorts inside of those extensions in the crypto winter. So yeah, just taking its sweet time. Remember, we've got until September, between September and October of this year. All right. So there we go. Okay, there's Bitcoin. All right, now moving on to crude oil. We've started watching crude oil again. Now, crude oil can get wild, especially with everything geopolitically that's going on, right? If you see, this is nuts, right? This is crazy volatility right here. All right, because we were insanely, painfully slow, right, for a while. And now we've woken up. So here's what we're watching on crude oil. There's these pullback longs from December 16th to our highs on January 9th. That's down here. All right. So that's the full pullback. Now, what is getting in the way, right, is this. There's a long here, and then this is the next stair step. This is the next stair step right here from the 9th, okay, to our highs. You can see we traded it once, twice, 3 times. We came right down here, and we traded right to our line in the sand and ripped away from it. So if we defend these lows, right, that can lift us off to continue this smaller trend, and there's targets above us. All right, now if this breaks, right, we're making our full pullback, all right, down into these 57.38s, which would be a juicy long, right, which would be a juicy long down there. Okay, so what I'm watching on crude oil is to see if we're going to defend these lows, right? And if we defend those lows, you know, we're doing it, right? If we defend those lows, there's a good possibility that I'll jump in this. All right, we just need to change trend here. Okay? So definite possibilities, but again, crude oil can get really wild right now with everything that's going on. Okay? All right, now moving on to gold and silver. I don't know if you guys saw these crazy sons of guns overnight. Okay, now this is the big deal on gold. Okay, we hit finally the extension long that we've been in. Okay, and that was from April 22nd of 25. Okay, to our highs in October 20th. Remember, this was the second gift we were talking about. We were given our first gift at the 31.55s, and this was our second gift, right? And now we have hit that target. Okay, up at 46.07. So we're going through that target. Now, since we're going through this target, is there this extension? That's something we need to draw up. Absolutely. Okay. So, but inside of this price action right here, we've got to pay attention. All right. And here is where we are coming out of these lows, right? We had our pullbacks. Those have gone to and through our targets, and you can see this extension is what's holding this up. All right, so that high is on the 6th. Highs to highs. Getting front run right there. And we can continue to trail from those, and those have targets up here. So you can see there's all sorts of support levels, right, on gold leading us higher. So let's look here. This is what this is going to look like. All right. Yeah, nailed it. Wow. Okay. So the larger weekly support, the new extension, if there's going to be one, is down here at these 45.14s. The smaller moves that we're in intraday, okay, are coming off of this high on the 6th to our highs. And if we get up to this target right here, because that target is from this draw, we're going to keep just extending same anchor new high, unless we completely rip through it. But there'd be nothing surprising about seeing profit taking at this massive, massive profit target right here. Okay. But as of right now, that ain't happening. All right. Where are market participants going to as a safe haven during all the geopolitical stuff? Going where they always do, right? Precious metals. They're what hold value. All right. Okay. Oh yeah, you're still long, Tamika. Nice. Yeah. Congrats to anybody that's been long these precious metals for a while. All right. So there's gold. So we'll just keep letting it doing its thing. If you're playing top picking on the precious metals, it's a fun game, but expensive. All right. So here's silver, new all-time highs. I'll just keep saying that week after week. But from October 17th to our highs on December 29th, there's our pullback. There's our target, 89.49. All right, we're on the daily chart right now. Okay, so we're not there yet. So what's leading us higher? Just, we're going straight up. The only thing that we know about, we could probably go down here and find really tiny measured moves leading us higher. But what we're going to be watching, all right, there were these pullbacks here coming out of our lows, right? That went into extension longs. This little one right here. And then we've got another one off that high right there. Right there. Now that one's gone to a target. So we can trail there, and we've got this previous high right here. Okay, so we've got that extension and that previous high. So the way we can look at that is if these extension longs break, right? That just means more than likely we're going to be making this larger pullback. All right. And that's still going. So we can just keep extending to these highs. Right. So they're just doing what they're doing, right? There's no reason whatsoever that they're going to roll over. Okay. If gold is getting through that daily / weekly profit target and going through it, and we're not seeing profit taking there, or at least not a ton of it, market participants are just hanging on to positions, right? So we'll see. So congrats if you've got precious metals, right? Smoke them if you got them. Hang on to them. All right, so there's gold and silver. Moving on to our dollar real quick. Okay, dollar is still in dollar strength trades. Okay, now this is DXY. It's not the dollar, right? A bunch of different currencies put together. We're still in dollar strength trades. All right, now we have hit a resistance level. All right, so the next move that DXY, which isn't the dollar, right? Remember, it's just an index. Okay, it doesn't lead anything. It just moves because of the underlying instruments inside of it. From the 6 to our highs, this is the next dollar strength trade. If this breaks, we're going into dollar weakness. Okay, so we'll have changed trend. Now, the indices and the precious metals have been going up, right, in spite of dollar strength. So in spite of that tailwind that they usually have. All right, so it means they're kind of neutral right now. So we'll see if we go from dollar strength, all this dollar strength to dollar weakness, what that's going to do to the indices. But as of right now, nothing's broken. It's just at its pullback. All right, so we lift off from here, more dollar strength. All right, now when we get to the actual currencies, here's the dollar yen. Dollar yen's been going straight up in extension longs, and this is all dollar strength. Okay, from our highs on the 7th to our highs on the 9th, there's that extension long. Okay, there's that extension long right there. Right, remember, we've already traded from this. Right, traded from it here, target. Here's number 2. Right, boom, boom, boom. So we're right in the middle right now, right in the middle of the range. But if this thing continues to hold longs and lift off, that's just more dollar strength. Right, more dollar strength. If we do break it, we can start into dollar weakness trades. Now the euro. Oh, it broke. Okay, this just happened. This just happened. That's a big deal. Okay, why is that a big deal, you ask? Well, funny you should ask, I'll tell you. Okay, so that short broke. All right, so the euro's in these, it's still in short setups, right? From our highs on December 23rd, right? Made that pullback, there's our profit target, bouncing off of that profit target. That was the next measured move inside of that broke. All right, so are we going to get a pullback to lead us up into these? For the metals, would you consider an hourly close in the red to be a possible trend break and taking? I wouldn't, Peter. For any sort of short setup, I guess the best way I'd put it, it would have to break along for me to think short at all, right? Because it's just every red close or red candles, however you want to look at it like that, every pullback is just a pullback into new buyers. That's how I would look at it, right? So I just keep that's what we say, keep trading the trend until the trend fails, right? Because we don't know when the trend's going to fail. Right? So there's going to be profit taking, right? There's going to be profit taking every time. It's just like there's always going to be buyers at 50% pullbacks. It's just a matter of how many, right? It's just a matter of how many. Yeah. Okay. So here's the euro. Now it's pulling back into this halfway back now, but it broke that next measured move. So this pullback is a big deal. All right, this pullback is a big deal. And that's kind of a juicy pullback right there. And remember where we are on the larger time frame. Right, from these lows, this is the daily, from these lows on November 5th to our highs, I just don't have that 50% drawn up. See? We're in that long. We're absolutely in that long. Okay? So we'll see if we get this pullback. All right, we'll see if we get this pullback before we get up here. All right, and that would be dollar strength as we fall, and to see if we get into dollar weakness trades. But when in shorts and an hourly close in the green, is that a possible trend break? Only if it's at a support level, right? That's where people get too focused in on candle closing stuff and not thinking where is price, right? So if, like in this situation, if we would get a pullback down here, right, and this would be all red candles, and then we'd see a green candle close, like on a 1 hour chart, at a support level, then we can look for a liftoff, right? Or if we're, I don't like to fade moves very often from profit targets back down because the trend is up. So I see what you're getting at, but it's all about where is price, right? You hear me say that all the time, where is price, right? Where is price? That's the most important part. And then you can look at the secondary stuff for your entry. Got it? Okay. So there's the euro, British pound. All right, really in kind of a no man's land here. But the pound, right, Still hasn't broken that short from highs, right? So it could roll over back down in here to support. Now, I wouldn't take this short with your money because it's just not a high probability trade. All right, so we'll see. Right, we will see. Okay. All right, so there we go. What do we got? VIX still hanging on to support. So that means the indices are just going to be messing around. Right. All right, gold and silver just on their way to Jupiter up here. All right. Okay, so any questions here going into the morning? Remember, it's early in the week. You don't have to rush it, right? We've got plenty of week here. I just want to see what, the open will tell us whether we're going to lift off of this thing or we're going to break it. Right? Okay. Questions. What do you guys got? Remember, no news. Okay, so we're in the, I say no news. No news on the tape, no econ news like we normally have. Now, does that mean that there can be no news? Right? Who the hell knows? We got Powell under indictment. We're going to a grand jury. We got all sorts of stuff. Okay. All right, everybody good? Very good? Okay. Mentorship applications have now gone live. All right, I don't know if they've sent an alert out yet, but I will. So get on there and get those applications in if you're interested. Take advantage of that. All right. All right, thanks everybody. Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir.
All right, sounds good. Thanks everybody. Have a great morning. We'll talk to you at noon.
All right, thanks, Aaron. All right, guys, and we will be live trading here today. To be honest with you, I'm not even 100% sure who's coming on. I think it's either Fuzz and Karen or Amar and Karen. I'm not 100% sure. But we do, another reminder, we have Zach's free futures bootcamp and futures and prop firms bootcamp. It's going to be free. Zach made over 200K in prop firm payouts last year trading futures. That starts tonight. So tonight, I believe it's at 8:30. If you guys haven't registered for that yet, make sure you register for that. The link's in the description. I can drop it in the chat here as well. And then I wanted to give another, not another reminder. I wanted to give a reminder. Gamestock. Gamestock is the app we've been working with them, helping testing it out. Well, the Stock Dads Gamestock Challenge is going on right now. It's a $5 entry fee. You can win, I believe it's up to like $486 or something like that. So not a bad risk to reward R multiple there. If you guys haven't downloaded Gamestock yet, the link is in the description of the YouTube video, the live stream. I can drop that in the chat as well. But you pick a few stocks, you compete against the other people in the Stock Dads group, almost like it was fantasy football or fantasy sports, but with stock buying. And yeah, so that's going on. $5 to win $486. So not a bad risk to reward there. If you guys haven't yet, make sure you check out Gamestock. And like Aaron said, interesting action. We have the announcement from Powell last night after market open about the indictment. So that's interesting. We got all kinds of crazy stuff going on, all kinds of geopolitical news. So it should be interesting. Obviously, sell off on the indices here. Then they've been kind of trying to rally here. I'm keeping my eye on a couple individual names that have showed a little bit of relative strength overnight. SoundCloud, ticker symbol SOUN, and Palantir, ticker symbol PLTR. But we'll see. We'll see how today goes. I'll dive into my TradeZilla stats on the Tradeify account a little bit later on today. We made some mistakes Thursday night. I was at my desk, decided to take some trades. Ended up taking some losses Thursday night, but we'll dive into all that. We're just going to step away real quickly here, and then we'll be back on in about 10 or 15 minutes for live trading. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. Oh, one more thing I'd like to say. This week, we are officially launching Trading the Game Show with the Tradeify sponsorship. So whoever's going to be competing, you're going to have the choice if you win between a 25K Lightning funded account, so that's their straight to funded, direct funded account, or 150K. I gotta check the name of it. They have 3 accounts, but 100. So it's a 150K account where you'd have to, pass the challenge or the evaluation, or the 25K Lightning funded account. So if you want to compete in that, make sure you guys reach out to us. We're gonna start locking some people in, scheduling you guys if you want to compete on trading the game show, scalping, answering trivia questions, having a good time with us. So just reach out and we're going to start scheduling that. But for right now, we're going to step away really quickly while we get the traders set up backstage, get locked in for a fresh week on StockDads.tv. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back, everybody. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Still waiting for the traders to join us here. Market open in 4 minutes. So we'll just get them added whenever they get here. Watch Palantir just because we had this test lower and this pre-market big push, but starting to fade that here. So looking less interesting. SoundCloud is another one. Had this looks overnight 3 a.m. big push up. I would like to see if it can pull back into 12.15. See how it $12.15. See how it reacts. If it could do that, spike into 12.15, 12.02, get back over the opening print. We'll see. Could be of interest. How about you guys? Any individual names that look good? What's up, Fuzz? Let me get Fuzz added in here.
I didn't see an updated schedule, so I just assumed I was going to be on.
Yeah, that's cool. No, I'm glad you joined. Because I think Callan's out of town actually.
That's what I thought.
And so I think.
So I was like, I better be ready.
Yeah, I don't know if he ever reached out to anybody, and I didn't because I didn't see an updated schedule for this week, so I was just kind of like, I don't know who's going to be here.
Yeah, whoever comes on.
Yeah. So let's see. Does this work?
It's not over tonight.
There we go. So I go, all right. So this is Fuzz's chart. This is my chart. All right. Mm-hmm. Anything you're watching out of the gate here, Fuzz?
I'm just going to let them open up. There's a lot of news over the weekend, so just going to let them kind of do their thing, and we'll just kind of take it from there.
Play out, yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to be too crazy. I do have a Newmont position open, so I'm curious to see how that opens up.
What position? I'm sorry?
Newmont.
Okay.
Metals play.
Well, pushing up out of the gate here on the Nasdaq, ES, YM, and Russell, both selling off. Hello, Karen.
I was wondering why my headphones turned all the way down. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, just letting them kind of open up, see what they want to do here. Nasdaq, decent pop here out of the gate.
Karen, can you hear us all right? We can't hear you.
Can't hear you. Nope.
There, how's that?
Yeah, we got you now.
Tell me if it's too noisy because I put the ear pods in.
No, it sounds good to me.
No.
Chat,
Okay.
How's everything sounding to you guys?
Sounds fine to me.
Okay.
Well. Nasdaq and ES ripping while the Dow and the Russell are dying.
Yeah, all those credit card names.
Yeah. The interest rate thing. Trump's talking about capping interest rates at 10%.
But they do make more money off of processing and not so much the interest. So that's maybe people don't know that yet. I don't know.
Yeah. Who knows? I've read mixed things about it. Right. That's.
Mm-hmm. Well, now I have to wait for this to cool off a bit.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, nice little push out the gate. Prediction markets believe that Powell is not going to get fired before his term is over.
Oh.
There's not that much longer, right?
No.
Right. I'm like, just give him a minute. Okay. A&F, I saw that had bad reported the guidance was low for Christmas. Duke Energy.
Very frothy to start things off.
Yes. 69.85 now is resistance. I may try A&F. Let's see here.
Consumer staples leading. Yeah, I'm not in any kind of hurry this morning. Just kind of let things do their thing and kind of monitor what I have. Do like this Newmont, so I might need to close something out here. Just take a little trimmy trim. It's a little spready, so I gotta put in an order in and see if it'll.
What name are you talking about?
Newmont.
Oh, okay.
Newmont. I got it in on Friday. So good hold of the structure. Good signals. Everything looked good on it. Plus, it's in a great sector. So, materials, metals.
Tesla's moving above. Wow. Is it another Tesla day?
Let me see here. Could just be rotation.
No, Tesla, I guess, because I can't afford Tesla. All right, let's see.
Yeah,
that
semiconductors looking good.
A&F below 97 looks interesting. They continue down. Let's see here. Tesla.
TSM has earnings this week, but she's looking good.
Yeah, they didn't TS just
nice pup. I have a debit spread on Google, so I gotta watch that one too.
Palantir moving up.
The turd.
Ooh, okay, I got some spy calls here, I'm afraid, but 693.
Ooh,
I will take the risk and see how this goes.
I'm trying to trend it.
I had Palantir on watch, but I missed the entry.
See. The Dow held the 8 EMA on the daily. Okay, I was like, I watch Morgan as well. Good hold on Morgan.
Tried a little bit of sound cloud. I came and tagged this lower level here. We'll see here, see if this can be the low. I bought $12 strike options.
We can break to that 69.88, 69. Oh, yeah. Come on, big ball. Let's go.
Give us the big balls.
Oh, big balls.
Big balls, no whammies.
Come on, big balls. Come on, pay us. Tesla couldn't hold. Let's see, Palantir.
It's not over tonight.
Palantir just broke 180. 180.
Yeah, I was looking for an entry at
One-ish?
177.89, and I was like looking at the strikes and which one to go with, and then it kind of just took off a little too fast.
Yeah, that has room though.
It definitely has room for sure. Yeah.
Oh, we hit the half gap just now, so now can we get to the full gap? Ooh. Oh, I hope so.
Give it to us, baby.
Aww.
Looks good so far. One more big push.
RTY and YM are trying here.
Wow, AMD too.
Yeah, semis look good.
MU again. Caterpillar looks good, but deer not so much. 10% on those risky calls. So.
Would you say it's a deer in the headlights?
Looks that way.
Fuzz, did you say TSM had earnings coming up, or they just had earnings? Because I read on Friday that they announced that they beat analyst expectations for fourth quarter revenue, up 20.45% from a year earlier. Okay, yeah, it releases its full earnings report on Thursday. I guess if I just kept reading, right, I wouldn't have to ask you dumb questions.
No dumb questions. Yeah, Thursday, I believe, is the
no stupid questions, just stupid people, right?
Nah. Well.
I trim my ticket 15. Quickly, oh my goodness. You gotta be quick.
Got some volatility today.
Oof.
Frothy morning. Ba-da-ba-ba-bum. It's an interesting level for the NQ. Still nothing for me. I'm just kind of waiting to see how things kind of settle. Dow Jones with the push.
Yeah. Back above its open. RTY back above its open.
Looking good.
Yeah, look at that. That's like, who cares? Nobody cares. All right, 15% again in case you missed that first one. Or you can go for 20% because I guess that's better.
Try to tighten this up a little bit.
The sound.
You got 26. Sorry, I love it when I make money early in the morning and I'm still half asleep. I'm still half asleep. But, all right, 20% next trim. I can go back to sleep.
There you go. I'm in the SoundCloud $12 strikes at $40. They're sitting at $49 right now. Making a decent move here. They're right back to their open.
Okay.
Karen, be quick with it today.
I mean, I just had to take my chance because I could have got smacked easy. Very, very easily. It's not a play I would like to take usually. When it goes up like that so quickly, no. But because of what happened, I was like, well, let me just try it.
Yeah, S&Ps are still trying to push. Which is good. I mean, signals have been strong across the board.
There you go. ES
Small
plus
caps
7,000.
being really sweet lately.
I need coffee.
Coffee. Give me coffee.
Facts.
I'm trying not to swallow too loudly. I don't know if it depends. It's like gulp. Oh boy. Okay.
It looks like we're gonna probably fill this gap up.
Yeah.
Giving us those vibes right now, yeah.
It's close. It'd be 7,475 if we happen to come up to that level.
IWM held its retest of 258.
You can do it. Keep going. Oh, there goes Google. Wow.
Dow Jones held its hourly 50.
We don't have news today, so 10-year.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's the 10-year. I think that's it. Tomorrow's stuff. We got like PMI and stuff.
I wonder if Barkin is going to say something at 1:45 about Powell.
Probably just a reiteration of like Fed independence. It does make things interesting because they try not to get political.
Right.
It's like they're being forced to.
Yeah, old Trumpy's getting a little power hungry here, you know. He took Venezuela, then he wants Greenland, now he wants Powell. He wants it all, baby.
Yeah, he mentioned this morning that he wasn't aware that there was something going on. I'm like,
Sure, buddy.
All right, we're pulling in.
SoundCloud rejecting VWAP, the opening print here.
A little bit of a test right here on the NQ.
The percentage is weird though because it's not really much of a pullback, but I'm already like a negative 0.5. Interesting. I guess I'll have to just give it to this candle.
Yeah, that is not much of a pullback.
Yeah, even the move up, it just was like, really? I just have to wait to hear if it holds. If it doesn't hold, I'm going to cut it. 69.8850-ish, which we're right at.
we're going to trend, this is where I kind of would like to see things start to stick a little bit. NASDAQ is doing it.
Look at that bounce. There it is.
Yeah.
Right. Look at, yeah, right on the fib. Like, wow. Let's see though. Come on. Hold, hold. Hold it. Either it's going to be a double top now, or we're going to run it through the finish line. Let's go.
All right. There we go. Took a trim on Newmont from Friday's swing.
Okay. Whew, that was a nice save. I took a little bit more off here at 15, so then I have like 3 runners left. I'll leave stops at break even. I had 30, so now let's not be a pig.
Wink, wink.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta show you guys the new DJ animation. Let's see.
Let's see.
I don't know. It would be on the YouTube screen. I don't know if it came up or not.
Hold on.
Oh, no. He's looking good.
Yeah, he's looking good. Yeah, we had to make him fart though. I don't know if you guys can hear the.
I don't have the sound.
I don't know why it doesn't play through. It definitely plays on the stream, but it doesn't come through to us for some reason.
Let's see. Oh, why is this? Okay. Cut the volume. Are you sure it yet?
Here, I'll do. I'm gonna play it again for you, Karen, because I could watch DJ fart all day. It's the farts at the end there, quick. But if you can't hear it, it's not as good.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh. Okay.
Man, Palantir.
We go back at 20%. Well, that fart made it 5 more.
There you go.
5 more hours.
Fart pushing it higher. Let's go. That might be the new pump up button whenever we need it.
There it is. Come on, keep going. Oh, so I had AEP as an alert. American Electric something. Power. It's starting to break out a little bit. Let's 117. This may be one that I want to play. But the pre-market was at 117.80. I had my level basically here, but it broke, but I just saw them. I don't like playing unless we break through the morning high.
Breaking out.
Oh, 38%, 40. Oh, damn it. I wish I had more. Damn. Oh. Now I'm awake. Man. 41. Nice.
Delta. Maybe not.
Bang, bang. Oh my God, it's at 60. Oh my gosh.
Let's
go.
Oh
My gosh. Oh. Oh my gosh. Make that 60. Jesus. My goodness. Woof. Yes. Go. You dirty bastard. Make me that money. Go. Give me another solid candle like that. Don't shrink. It's right at the 7,000. That's what it is. It's like it peeked its head. Maybe we should make it fart again so it can go over.
All right, there we go. We got the fart. Give us.
Okay.
There we go.
All right. Make it fart. Go. Make it fart. Let's go. We're almost there. We have to hold that 7,000. Go. Oh, come on.
Gap's almost there. Yeah, Gap's just another few points on ES here.
Oh, go. You can do it.
You can do it. You can do it all night long.
It's holding the fair value right here on, oh, well, you can do it. It's still 50. Come on. Another little push. Whew. No. The other way. Why is Apple having a problem?
Apple is always having a problem.
Mm.
Apple is complete and utter
Lately,
garbage.
Yeah,
it does that.
Mixed bag across the board here.
You saw Tim Cook said that he was tired, so he's lightening up his workload.
Tim Cook's tired.
There's no time to be tired. We don't have time for this.
Somebody get Tim Cook some Adderall so we can pump out the Apple stock again here. What's going on?
It's all that innovation he's not doing.
all that innovation.
Yeah, that he's not doing.
Yeah. Listen, if all you'd have to do is allow Apple products to airdrop to Windows products, and that would pump the stock. In my book, that would be enough. That's all they need.
Oh, they will never allow that.
Oh, it's my least favorite thing in the world, Fuzz. Least favorite thing in the world. It just kills my workflow.
Android. Team
Well,
Android.
dude, I for the longest time, man, was an Android user, and I got roasted by every single friend I had. I couldn't care less. I didn't care what the crowd was doing. And then I started working for a marketing company doing content creation, and they gave me a MacBook to use. And it got
all downhill from there.
It got to the point where he was like, dude, you need an iPhone. Like, if you're not going to buy one, I'm going to buy you one. And I was like, I needed a new phone. So I bought one, and just like the integration, just the simplicity of airdropping myself stuff, and like,
yeah,
how
that's
they
what
all
it
work
is.
together. So nice.
Sucked into the
yep. And then when I was researching a new desktop to stream with, it was like everything was like, you really should go with a Windows. It's better to stream with than a Mac. And I was like, damn, all right. So now I'm back at the problem. I got a Windows desktop.
That's where I'm at. I don't know if I can go back now.
Nuts. One of these days, once I'm rich enough, I'll have the Windows for streaming and then a Mac desktop just for editing. That's the dream setup right there.
That's the dream. Okay, we'll get you a couple more spy plays, and
there we go.
Set.
There we go.
Just keep pushing the fart button.
I'm gonna need to.
See if we can push to 7,005 on ES.
Here we go. Oh, we're.
Yeah, that's about 7,005 is the gap fill, right?
704. Blah blah blah.
Nasdaq being a little hesitant.
I have
704.
Nasdaq right at a level here.
Yeah. You can do it. Come on, just do it real quick.
Listen to Karen.
Real quick, make us some money.
Honestly, I think Nasdaq can go higher.
Yeah, it should. Here's 7,000. One push over. Come on. Just push it quickly.
Yep, there you go.
Yep, 56%. So if you didn't take the 60, we're about to get there. Just one more. One more. Okay, NQ's coming there. There we go, 60 right there.
Can you take me higher?
Oh, I hope so.
Cap fill of Nasdaq's at 933. Was it?
$62. Come on. No, I want more.
I want it all. Karen said she wants more, ladies and gentlemen.
I want more. 72. Yes. Go. Go.
It's going,
Go.
baby. It's going.
Let's go.
Yeah, 7,005. That's what I would kind of be looking at for me personally.
I'm looking for 100%. Maybe me being greedy. This is where the problems start. Greed. But 7,005 orange, but 7,006 is big red. Let me check this other site now. Hold on.
Oh, big red. Good old hound dog.
69. Let's see. Sign in. Sign in. Let's see. Give me levels. Spice.
Oracle could get interesting, but it's not my favorite.
I see a bit of a put ball. It says it's 697 in SPY, so that we'll have to watch that. Let me see what it says for SPX. Interesting. So, but on SPX, it says 69.75. There's a call wall, big volume sitting there. So let's see where this takes us. Come on, break through that orange. Break it.
Trying to build out a base, but we could retest this point of control coming up.
Yeah, it could, but I'm glad that the point of control came up. So that's good. And there is not much volume until the 9, so that is a little scary. Now that I see that. I mean, I don't have much risk on still, but if you want your 50%, take it. Don't flop, though. It's okay if it pulls back, just don't flop.
I wish Palantir tagged View up there.
So I have my 69.96.25 will be my stop. That's another little fair value in case we decide to pull back a little. On SPY, it's 693.25. Let's call it. Okay, let me post that. And 693. I said 95, right? So Cien. What was that? Orb.
All right, the POC on the NASDAQ finally pushed
Uh-huh,
up.
yep, yep. Very nice. It's still dropping. Is there anything here that can bouncy? Yeah, it's 69.96 orangey. So
NVIDIA to invest $1 billion in AI drug lab with Eli Lilly over the next 5 years.
mm.
So you got a nice little pop there on Lilly.
Yeah, there we go. All right, I'm cutting my runners. Thank you very much. 30%, but it's fine. I will re-enter if I need to, but all good. Okay. Somebody had asked me about Cien this weekend, Sienna, that because I said it looks good. Ooh, Starbucks is finally moving. Thank goodness. It was right at the 200. I said it looks good. And today it is moving. It's starting to move anyway. I shouldn't say it is, but it's starting. This is one I don't play, so I don't know. Yellen says Powell probe is extremely chilling for the Fed. No kidding. Fed independence, market should be concerned. Yeah.
Yeah, JP Morgan said that. Well, hold on. I gotta find it. What did he say?
Said something.
Dang it. He said something. Mr. Diamond. Cautious on U.S. stocks after the Powell inquiry.
Yeah, I think one of the things he may do is going to be one too many, and that's what's going to cause us. Yeah. Keep your money on the sidelines for that day. Some money, not all of it.
Like have cash for the fodder.
Yeah. All right, Baidu, nice push. Let's see if that holds. Let me keep that on the radar.
I'm just a little bit stuck in the middle.
Wow, Baba. I didn't even get a chance to look at Baba, and I wanted to. Okay. Pullback? Any pullback? Any takers?
Let's see. I might try to buy the dip here.
Just thinking about trying a little QQQ scalp.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab a SPA 693 here. Play the dippy dip. 693. And we'll see if it works.
Oh, I think Netflix may be ready. Maybe. Let's see. Maybe a maybe. It's kind of a weird flag, but it could be a maybe. Oh yeah, I see an NVIDIA to invest. Oh. So funny. Yesterday, I went to the supermarket and I went to get some meat for sandwiches, and I said, "Oh, look, they have the cheese or whatever Havarti or something on sale." I said it out loud, and my phone then tells me, "Did you know that there's like whatever you need to make cheese, right? But the one thing that you need that pharmaceuticals provide, and I think it was Pfizer." But only for the United States is used to make cheese. And they said, isn't it funny how we have stomach problems with cheese in the United States, but not in other countries? And it said, if you buy cheese, make sure you buy international cheese. And I was like, okay, random.
That's random.
But all because I said, I was like, Havarti's on sale. And then
that's right.
My phone.
Pasta. I think it's pasta too. Like I think it's like
pasta
stuff that's in our wheat. Like you could eat like pasta in Italy and not feel bloated
but it's
and
because
terrible.
Of the pharmaceuticals, though.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that.
Pfizer.
I think it has to do with like however they put stuff in our wheat that they use to make the pasta.
Right, but the cheese though, because they use, I think it's like I want to say renin, but I don't know if that's the right word. Something with an R. That I think it was Pfizer makes it for all the cheese.
Well, cereals too. There's chemicals in our cereals that when they sell it in the United States that aren't
to keep
in
it fresh.
Cereals in Europe and stuff.
Yeah. So that I was like, oh gosh. I'm gonna buy some Italian cheese now.
Import your cheese from
imported. Yeah,
careful,
I'm sure it's not going to be on sale.
The cheese tariff is probably pretty steep. I don't know.
Like, well, that's some random information I did not know.
I'll say Europeans have a lot more experience with cheese making than probably the U.S.
Hey, you guys want to see DJ cut the cheese?
Let's see, SanDisk. I forgot to look at today. My SanDisk is dropping. You might what? You gonna get into something? You're looking.
I'm playing Spylong.
Baidu calls, ALAB calls, VRT calls, CoreWeave calls, Palantir calls, SanDisk calls, Reddit calls, WDC calls, KTOS calls.
Ticks have turned negative on me.
Yeah.
So might have to
MU.
be a little careful. This is where I want them to hold.
Does it? City puts, Rocket Lab calls, AMD calls, Roadblocks calls, UAL puts, JPM puts. Interesting.
Oops.
Goldman puts.
Just break it. Oops. Qs are holding out. The Dow is retreating, and that's adding some pressure here to the S&P. Not much, but
yeah.
don't want to see
Just
the
was
NASDAQ go down with it.
Spies or VIX is playing with the 9 here. If it gets above and hold, it may come down. I'm gonna get a little puts here, just I don't know. It's holding the 9 now. I'm just gonna try it, but I will have a quick stop just in case. I see the NQ now starting to hold though. Hold on. Hold on. I'm waiting for a nice candle to hold above that 9 on the VIX. That little thing is not convincing.
That's what she said.
Let's see.
Come on, baby.
Is this show family friendly? Not anymore.
No, hey, listen. When I fill out the YouTube description, there's a button that says, "Is this for kids?" And I click no.
Nope.
Don't let the swear jar fool you.
Oh, I forgot about the swear jar. Where are we at?
We're at like $53, I think. Let me see what's it say. Yeah, 53.
Well, damn.
Hey, we hit a $20 entry. Oh, $2, baby. Let's go.
Are there certain words that'll get you more money or no? Just
no, it's based on like random percentages.
Oh, okay. All right, so the VIX rejected, but is holding now support.
Yeah, ES needs to reclaim that point of control. NASDAQ's still pretty much doing all the legwork at this moment.
Yeah, I tried a couple 627 strikes on QQQ. This level right here at 626.04. Target would be 627.66. And Friday made the perfect level to level move for me on Friday, from 619 to 627. And I actually traded QQQ options, but just didn't. It took a little too long. I got the 0 days, and I went like one strike too far. They just didn't move. Caught such a nice move, and the options just didn't move well with me.
I understand. It's definitely the nature of the beast.
For sure, yeah. It just like consolidated and then spiked lower before it then continued to trend up for the day. Like we had this wick down here, and it was like I bought it in here. We consolidated, spiked lower, and then made the move. And they just never really recovered. Come on, baby. Give it to us.
Let's see.
Free bird. Come on. See if ES can reclaim there. That would be sweet.
Got the phone calls, the telemarketers.
Hello.
Do you need a solar? Yeah, do you need solar roofing? I live in a tent. You live in a tent? I have your address as yes. Yes, I bought the land. that I live in a tent. That's what I told them last time. So the way the economy is going, we're probably all going to live in tents. So I might as well get used to it now. They were like, "What?"
Government issue. Hey, listen, government issued tents. Okay.
Yeah.
We're bringing back some Hoovervilles.
And you're allowed 4 hours of energy per day inside of your tent to charge your devices.
What is this, Europe?
Said, do you make foldable solar panels? Maybe I can put them on top of the tent. And she was like, "What?" Okay.
Do you sell any solar tents?
I
have been thinking about upgrading my tent.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny.
Made friends with the squirrel out back. They keep giving me nuts.
I'm looking at Baba. Can you, Baba, keep going?
A little careful here.
164.
We had 12 minutes to the first hourly close here.
So I'm looking at the 693 puts in case this thing does go south.
I was thinking about hedging the Q longs on the futures account with some shorts.
So
really just flagging here though, so you should see.
Yeah, still holding up. Just being a little slow. Dow came back to VWAP and bounced. NQ still doing okay at holding 25.9-ish. ES trying to regain that point of control, which is a good touch.
yeah.
They're trying to get in sync, which is what I like.
You do like a little in sync, don't you? You're a little.
Yeah. That's, I don't know.
I was literally gonna sing one, but I was like, that might be Backstreet Boys.
Which one?
Yeah, I think maybe that. I just couldn't remember. I was like, I froze. I was like, oh no. Justin Timberlake inspired a whole generation of young boys to bleach the tips of their hair blonde, and I was one of them.
My mom wouldn't let me.
Ah, no way.
Yeah.
That's funny. That's probably why I'm losing my hair now. So your mom probably did
household.
What's that?
Southern Baptist household wasn't happening on that watch.
That double hair will not be welcome in my home.
Essentially, yeah.
My dad was probably against it. I don't know.
Godless men.
165 on Baba. All right, I'll wait. I want to get into these, but 165 has that wall. Cool. But if it breaks, I may just get in. Same thing with Baidu. Looks interesting.
QQQ levels accurate here.
Yeah, Baidu is breaking.
Still resistance. Let's see. Give us a little snap, crackle, pop.
Something. Set me free, why don't you, babe? Yeah, we had a nice move to start things out. Gotta lose a pullback. It's only 10:20. Let's go.
Yep. 10:22 to be exact.
Just kind of building out a base. I'm all about that base.
Up a few bucks a contract on the Qs.
She's definitely no longer about that.
Was that Megan
man,
Trainor?
I totally forgot the Lurs play tonight. I meant to wear my Steelers jersey and hype it up.
4050. Okay. Let's see if Amazon can push through.
You said what? Who's playing?
Steelers playing tonight.
Oh yeah.
Lurs, baby. I'm ready to go.
Okay. It can break it. I keep going. That has room to 153 for Baidu. AMAT. Let's see where AMAT is today.
Build it out and push forward. Go north, young man. There we go. That's the direction we want.
Give us new highs, baby. There it is. There's a new high.
There we go.
There's a new high.
Get a trim going.
Google missed it. Damn. I gotta get the other screen up because I can't look at all these individually. I miss Google. Damn. Doing it.
Yeah, I still got a nice debit spread on that one. Spread. I did not get filled on SPY, so that's annoying. That's what I get for not having an order ready. Struggle.
Dang it, Google.
Google hits 4 trillion in market cap for the first time.
Yeah, Google's just been on a tear ski.
Baby, come back.
Apple picks Google Gemini to run AI Siri coming this year. I thought they fired him. Now they got him back. I wonder if they fired him just to get. Oh, I see the 4 trillion. I wonder if they fired him just to lower the price. Apple market hits 4 trillion market. Jeez, that's why it went. We're still at fear.
Ooh. Spooky.
Greenland says our security and defense belong to NATO. Iran's foreign minister discussed the potential meeting soon.
All right, NQ is doing what I want the S&P to do. I should have done Q calls.
Yeah, I was just up about 25% there, but then we got this whole pullback.
Okay, Google.
But It's Amazon today. Okay, they're good. Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, Netflix, Booty.
Damn, I was gonna get a Google and it just freaking dropped on me. 295 maybe. Let's see, the 327.50s maybe.
Still looking for a move to like 7,005, 7,010 on ES. We just got to get with the program. Dow Jones is still kind of being
sitting right at VWAP.
Yeah, it's not really. In the club. It needs to join the party. No. Get back in unison, sir.
Need these Q babies. Give me in the money. In the money. Give me in the money. My daughter's been sick since Friday. My wife started feeling sick today. I'm like, oh man, dodging it.
Yeah, the flu making its rounds.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Happened with my brother and his kids like a few weeks ago.
Yeah, she missed school.
One Friday, got it, and then everybody got it.
Yeah, I was so like we wrapped stream in December, right before Christmas. I got sick pretty bad, and it kind of went through our house, and so I'm hoping that my immune system built something up then that this one doesn't come back to bite me. She made it. She went to school for 4 days after holiday break and got it. For a little more in the queues here. I'm up about $10 a contract. I am still holding SoundCloud, which I probably should have cut, but since we were a little early in the week on Monday, I decided to give it a little bit of room since I have a size pretty small.
There it goes. Okay. Got a little bit of Google. Let's see if this continues.
There you go.
It wouldn't let me in. That's why I was getting annoyed. I'm like, come on, let me in. I hope it didn't get me in now that it's going to bounce.
You got in Google Longs, Karen, I'm sorry, or Shorts?
Shorts,
okay.
Just to see where it goes. I won't give it too much room. I'll probably do like a stop right at, I'm going to be conservative, 330, 75. 330.75. Yeah, Alphabet hits yeah, I know, hits. Thank you. Okay, 330.75 are stops on those.
Does 4 trillion make them the largest market cap?
No, I think Nvidia still.
Okay. I remember when Nvidia hit 3 trillion, but I didn't know what they're at now.
King Nvidia.
Oh, also, when did When did the SPY start trading at more higher than the Qs? Did that happen recently? Am I crazy?
Yes, the S&P is. The Nasdaq's actually been the laggard lately. SPY, Dow, and IWM have all been all-time highs. Nasdaq has not.
I haven't traded SPY and QQQ options for like until recently, and I'm like, I feel like the last time I was, like, SPY was trading at like 300 and QQQ was at like 500. I'm like, SPY surpassed the Qs.
Hop out.
Yeah, NVIDIA is number 1 market cap. Google's second. Apple third. Microsoft fourth. Amazon fifth. TSM sixth. Meta's actually eighth.
TSM is 6. Wow, I didn't know that.
All right, I'm stopping out just to be safe.
And I'm up 20% on those Google puts. Cha-ching. Lovely day. $25. Oh my goodness. What am I gonna do with all this money today?
You could send me some. That'd be cool.
I can send you, yeah, I can
That'd be
send
cool.
you some.
Send me some pancakes.
Pancakes, yeah. Woo, there we go. I think it's gonna hit that 327. Let's see. I think you should do some SPY puts. Maybe you can get some. Yeah. Use this candle as your stop. Baidu is still going up though. Interesting. All right, 33%, 30. Can we get 35? 35? Let's go.
See if we can't go back to 7,000.
35. I'll take 35 here. Unless we can get 40.
Never did quite feel. Looks like.
Can we get 40?
Not a 7,000 to stay.
Come on. One more. Drop. All right, fine. I'll take 35. Fine. If you force me to, I'll take 35.
6990, 6982, that'd be good. See if they can do anything with this VWAP. I mean, point of control.
All right, let's see if this rejects now at this 9. If it doesn't reject, then I will get out. So that's my new stops now. 329.25. New stops. Hey, 35 again. All right. Can you give me that 40? I really would like it. Just a little bit more. I wanted that 327 as my target. We'll see if it goes. It's freezing here. I don't know about
I
you
know,
there,
it's
but
cold
it's
too,
cold
yeah.
again.
Yeah, it was,
Oh my gosh.
28 this morning.
Oh my god. Can't do it.
It's 29 here right now.
It was 80 degrees yesterday.
Yeah, it's
Jeez.
crazy.
We had a day that was like 70, but it was like a week ago.
Or at least it's better. Well, we're at, feels like 33 it says here, but I don't know. Feels colder to me.
Gotta love the South.
Mm-hmm. Come on. Let's see, is there a level here that I did not see? Still could go down lower. I don't know what the problem is. I do see the fit 100 is sitting right there, and the 9 at 327.50. So maybe that's why it's saying no. We hit it. It did hit the 9 and the 21 on the 30. So I can see the battle. I'll take my money. 20% it is. Sold.
Sold.
I'll take it.
Hey, pretty lady, won't you give me a sign? I'll bring you in the manual. Sold to the lady in the second row. She's an 8, she's a 9, she's a 10, I know. She got ruby red lips, blonde hair, blue eyes. I'm about to get my heart goodbye.
There goes. I hit the stop anyway, so I'm glad I got out. I always have a stop, but the fact that I just look real quick on the 30-minute. All right, let me get rid of the fibs. See how it touched the 9 and the 50 right here? There's no need for me to say, let me wait. Just boosted it up. Will I play calls now is another question. Maybe, actually. Let's see. How are the futures looking? See if I can hold. The DMI is moving up. Volume looks good. Has to hold that 9. Oh, goodness. I need one of those heating coffee heater thing.
Oh, I had one of the cups that keeps your coffee warm. Oh, it's so worth it.
Yeah.
It's so good, yeah.
Mm.
The battery's going fast though, so you have to have like the thing that keeps it charged nearby. But
Okay, well there you go. That's what my money's gonna go to.
there you go. They're definitely worth it because I drink black coffee, and the moment it's not hot anymore, I just it's like I can't drink it.
Yeah. Oh, there goes Google. Yeah.
Like the guy on Elf.
Yeah.
It's a coffee walk.
The only thing I didn't like about it is like the material of the cup, and I'm assuming it's supposed to keep heat better. Is like it doesn't like when you wash it. It like you gotta really scrub it good, or it tastes like soap. Like it like holds in the flavor. Good. It's like porous.
So you have to use their mug, or you can use any mug. It's just
so they sell these mugs that have this like battery and this like kind of heavy rubber bottom. Where it's like you can set your temperature at like low, medium, or hot, and it'll keep your coffee at that temperature.
Okay.
And then it has this little like base that you set it on that has this little metal connection at the bottom, so it charges the battery that keeps it hot.
I see it. Oh. Okay.
The one I have, it's actually sitting up here. Here, it looks like, I don't know if you can see it or not, Karen, but it looks like this. And it's got like a power button here.
See? Hold it up.
Can you see it over my camera? Is it showing?
No, I see your face, but I don't.
It might be here. Now you see it? It's got like a power button.
I see you. Wait. Is this delayed? I wonder.
It should be, but
it's
I've been
delayed.
holding it long enough now that you
Okay.
shouldn't see it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm like, wait,
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
this is delayed.
Oh,
Oh,
look,
yeah, I
see how
see
it
it. Okay.
lights up? Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Because I saw you clapping, and I'm like, wait, that's not the right. So, yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Now I know what to look for.
Yeah, what's the brand of this one? I'm sure there's a bunch of different brands. This one's called Next Mug by Next Boom.
Next, okay. We should reach out to them.
Yeah, okay, we get a heated mug sponsor.
Yeah, Amber's like
Auto shut off. It has a sensor. Yeah, reach out to them.
Yeah.
Well, we are interested. This is a problem that happens a lot.
Yep.
Help us. Okay. Look at Google. It did it. Yeah.
Newmont's still doing good.
About an hour and 15 minutes into Monday.
There we go.
Yeah. Okay, TGT. Well, target is holding the 9. Let's see. Ding, something about the VIX is telling me. Ooh, on the 4-hour, the target does look nice. It came down to 103. It was a wick that it held. Okay. One hour. I see. Just has to get above on the 30-minute. $105.70. Okay.
Dow's coming back up.
Yeah, it looks like it's about to make a new high. It looks like it did make a new high.
Did make a brief new high day. Q's dipping. A little bit of rotation.
Mm-hmm. It's been the theme.
But the VIX hasn't done much. It's still
Pivot.
the same range.
Pivot.
Bank is starting to go up a little. But NQ. Don't be that person, NQ. Oh, look at Google. Oh, well. I took my money, but if you're still in it, that's a good one. Daggone it.
Did you buy puts on Google or did you go long?
Yeah, she
Puts,
had
not puts.
Oh, okay.
This is what I get for being safe. They were just so expensive that I didn't want to lose it.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, look at that. It went right to below my level. Oh, no, not yet. I went at 327. It's almost there. Wow. Yeah, now, because I was afraid that it was going to get above that 9, but now, nope. Because of this wick right here. Yeah, I think now it has consolidation. See if it holds. But if it can't get above that 9, don't do it. Don't get in it yet. If you want to play it back up.
Dow leading the charge.
Oh, yeah, it is. The IWM. IWM is at a triple top 1, 3, almost. This will be the 4th one unless it breaks through. That may be one. I mean, every time I play IWM, it just never goes my way. I don't, even if it's like a sure thing.
Yeah, I agree. I
can't. Yeah, I can't. But that one, I mean, like I said, sure thing. That looks like it's about to break, but maybe somebody else plays it. I can't. Stupid thing. Owes me money.
Yeah, you want to play something like longer dated. IWM. You don't want short dated on IWM.
Oh, is that the trick?
That's been my experience, at least. Nothing like weeklies on IWM. They just don't do it.
Oh my God! Google would have given me another $1. Damn it! And CoreWeave, okay. Damn it, Google. Well, if anybody's still in,
hey,
hooray.
We'll take the $4 in the swear jar. I like it.
Yeah, look at CoreWeave too now. Let's see if that breaks out. NVIDIA, no. AMD coming back. Damn it.
Skinny highs on the day, bro.
Can't look at it anymore. Yeah, Oracle's starting to heat up a bit.
Give your boy new highs on the day.
Baba up 10%. I know that. So Oracle above that 200 looks good. Let's see, CoreWeave. CoreWeave 8850.
Reminder chat, Zach does have his futures and prop firm boot camp tonight. It's totally for free. If you guys want to attend, make sure you sign up. There's the link in the description. All I want is one little pop higher. Just give it. Is it too much to ask for?
There goes the IWM that I said that I won't play, but all right, let me take a look at Oracle. Let's see Oracle. Target, and we talked about Target. It's starting to break above. CoreWeave is starting to break above. Oracle, I'm still waiting. 201.70 would be a target for Oracle. Which doesn't leave much room though, but play this Google back up. Come on. I forgot to check Walmart since it was added, right, to the S&P, was it?
Was it?
I don't know.
Something this morning I saw. Okay, Walmart set to replace AstraZeneca on NASDAQ 100.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
The Dow taking off right now. Keep pamping. She's got pamping shoes on.
Yeah, Walmart, if this holds this one, what was this level that I had that looks like it wants to hold the 117 around 80, 70? This thing looks like it wants to break out. Let's look on the daily and weekly.
I'm trying to get your SPY pop.
Mm-hmm.
Dow still looks good.
RTY looks good.
Yep.
Let's see if it putting a red 15-minute bar could just be a little 15-minute pullback. We never did actually fill the gap on ES. The QQQ did. Did NQ? Yeah, NQ did, but ES did not. Well, NQ did to like the tick.
There's Target. All right, I'll take a spin with Target.
What about Dix?
Dix, I'll look at Dix in a minute.
It's not.
You
Dix.
would.
Let's be a well-rounded trader.
Yes, that one's not doing too much. Yeah, Walmart looks great.
Should I do it for next week? Is there any news? I don't even know. Let's see. Alphabet, yes, thank you for the 10th alert. The Alphabet hits 4 trillion.
VIX
It's like they all Target outperformed competitors. Strong trading day. Whales, their recent bets. Target sees shift in consumer behavior. All right. So what's the delta in this? I'm gonna play for next week. Target. It's a little pricey though. See if I even get us executed here.
SoundCloud flipped back to green on us here, small green. NQ still battling at 25.908.50 here. Can't break it. Let's see.
Come on. There we go. Finally got filled. Jeez. I don't know what really E-Trade.
I think I'm gonna call it a morning for me.
All right, man.
Yeah.
It's a Monday.
Yeah. No news Monday. We'll see here. I'd like just a little more. I'm not trying to get too greedy. I'd like to see us just pop these highs one more time. SoundCloud, I'm going to hold a little bit more. It's something I'm open to potentially swinging a little bit from. I'd like to be able to trim some today if possible, but we'll see.
Yeah, Dow's still bullish. So we'll see. I missed the big move.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that was,
play catch up.
We were straight up out of the gate. You know what I mean? It wasn't really, unless you were kind of long pre-market with futures or took a really aggressive entry, there wasn't a great entry to kind of have to just guess, you know?
Yeah.
That first bar is just literally straight up. There's zero wick on it whatsoever.
Leroy.
So tough to catch that one if you're, you know what I mean, if you're not in anything.
So,
Kara did a good job of catching that first little pullback. Good entry.
I closed my eyes. I just was like, I have to take it, but who knows?
She threw a dart at the options board.
Yeah.
SoundCloud.
What was that? There goes Oracle. There it is. It's going now, Fuzz.
Yeah, SP. Oh, Oracle, yeah.
And SPY. Now we're going.
It's like right there, almost in gap land.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm gonna take a breather. I need to go blink at something.
All right, brother. Sounds good.
On my screens. So y'all have a good rest of y'all's morning session, and I will see y'all later.
Sounds good, brother. See you later.
Thank you too. Have a great day.
Right.
Yes. Okay. Let me try. Let's see if this goes. I got rejected though now. SanDisk, eBay. Oh, I've been waiting on eBay. SanDisk, I would like it to maybe. Look, SNDK. SanDisk 181. Let's see if SanDisk pulls back for me. It's just a little bit over, a little too high for me. eBay.
ES made a new high here. NQ is not yet.
eBay, we were looking at this one, yeah, because of the, okay, for the gap fill. There's still some gap there left on eBay. We were looking at this last night. 92.50 has to break. 92.50. Okay.
Come on, baby. Just need a little bit more here. Just a little bit more. An hour and a half into today's action. Come on, honey. Yeah, still pushing higher. SoundCloud back into VWAP here. Would like to see it hold around this area. So I'm going to continue to hold. I don't want to see it break down again. Ideally, we would like to see it get back above the opening print, above $12.15 and up to its pre-market high. Probably would look for a trim at that point. Nice strong first hourly close, followed by a bit of an inside bar here. So for this second hour, but still kind of just flagging here. On smaller time frames, you could say we got a bit of a head and shoulders if this can't make a new high. I think we might have lost Karen.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yep, I got you. It just looked frozen. I don't know why. I was like looking.
Yeah, you finished speaking? I said we hit the full gap.
No, I couldn't hear you. It just came back. Like your camera's frozen, but when you said, "Can you hear me now?" is the first audio I heard from you in a minute.
Weird. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, I said, okay, we hit the full gap now. And yes, we are going up. I was saying also, if anybody is on StockDads, they ever have a question, I always either send a picture or I do a video to answer questions.
Okay. So if someone did have a question for you inside of StockDads, should they just tag you in the main chat, or how would you?
Yeah. Okay, but I do because I'm always running around. But
yeah,
you can. Like if I don't see it during the day, I later on I go by and I look, and then I'll send them a message. Ooh, what was that? There goes Google.
All right, we caught max profit on the Tradeify account, which is good.
Nice. All right, I think I may try some Google back up. Let's see if this works out.
Okay.
It's expensive though. Maybe the 392s.
There's new highs on the Qs. Unfortunately, the
yeah, we go.
Time decay didn't help my options much there.
That's what sucks.
Yeah. I know. I keep telling myself trade next days, and then I keep being cheap and wanting more contracts and taking the cheaper contracts, which is what bit me in the butt on Friday. But and then today I did it again. Because today's idea was like Friday I was trying to hold for a big move, which I did, but just the options didn't move good. Today I was trying to get a quick scalp up to like the gap, like the next level, but I'm up a few dollars a con on the options. But futures, we caught max win on the Tradeify account. SoundCloud is back green after we were probably down about 50% on those contracts, and they're back up a few dollars a contract. The QQQ options are green, just up a couple bucks a con. Let's see if we can get a little more follow through here. Next level on the NQs is 967. So it's about another 35 points or so. Which the QQQ should go in the money at that point. Yeah, that Level would be 627.46 on QQQ.
All right, let's see if we can get Google to go back up. It's already up 7%. We'll see. Google has some resistance at 330, but hey, you never know.
You did enter Google to the upside?
Yeah, I have my stops at 327.05, I think. The 100 is there in the 2-minute. I see the resistance, so let's see if this is able to push it. If it gets above 330, we're good. 330.60 maybe. Target is still, target has a time, right? This time. Target, we got eBay. eBay, I'm going in for that gap. That's why I'm in eBay.
All right, baby, let's go.
Yep, after this, I'm done for today.
Yeah, same. I'll continue to manage SoundCloud and looking to take profit on QQQ here probably pretty soon. We'll do kind of a in-depth TradeZilla look at all my trades on the Tradeify account, some of my options trades on Friday and from today. We'll do that this afternoon. We do have Aaron coming back on for the nooner this afternoon. And yeah, so that's what we're looking at here today.
That's great. Okay. I'll be on Wednesday, right?
Yeah, probably. I have so I don't think Callan sent out I don't think he sent out like a full week schedule yet.
Okay.
So I'm gonna talk to him after stream today and just coordinate everything. So if you're good for Wednesday, that probably works.
Okay.
We'll see. And I'm gonna send something out to the admin chat too about wow, we're pumping here, guys. Nice. About the game show.
Oh, God.
We're up about 35% here in the QQQ option calls. $30 a contract. I'm sorry, go ahead, Karen.
Almost, oh, there we go, 10% on Google calls that I just added. That was quick. All winners today so far. I'm waiting on Target and eBay, but that's like I'm waiting. SPX, I don't even know if I should I come back later and do a credit spread or do it now. It's just, we move so much that, can we sustain it? Or are we going to get a little dip?
Yeah, and we're right at this area here where we've rejected. If we kind of zoom out on the last couple days.
Let me check
rejected here, well, I guess we didn't reject here. We traded 2 here and then rejected overnight.
69.40, but it's still lighting up for me. 69.80 on SPX and SPY. You're on Qs, right?
Yeah, I'm QQQ. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I have like this area right here, another 10 cents on QQQ, which is a level from Friday. and then basically Friday's high is two areas of resistance here. I'm looking to take a trim. I was hoping for another
all wall here. That's the 627. We could push up, but I see more activity on SPY as far as well, on SPY we're at 695, which is telling me it's lighting up as the next level, 695. But if we can't get above that, that is a put wall. So we'll see what happens.
Okay.
Or if it accepts it, then it's going to just turn those shorts into a squeeze up. Keep that in mind. And SPX is still lighting up 69. Right now it's not giving it. Oh, there we go. 69.80 is still lighting up for me.
You know, I don't like when Robinhood, I put in my limit order and they're like, likelihood of fill is or not likely to fill. I'm like, listen, I wasn't asking you, all right? Don't you try to tell me to take my profits early. Robinhood. I don't want it filled now. I want it filled when we go higher.
Okay, 69.40. 69.40 does look. Oh, if you want to front run this, I would like a little pullback, but it's too low. 69.45. 25 now. 69.50 is the only thing that would pay. Ooh, and that's a 16, so 84% that this will work out. 69.50. Let me see, 69.50. Yeah, still. Yeah, there's a, okay, I'm going to take it. I'm not going to go heavy yet. I may have to add more, but the 69.50, selling that, buying the 69.45, it pays 40 cents. I'm going to see if it gives me the 40. I usually go in 30. I'm going to go in 15. Let's just see if I need to actually double down. So I'm leaving room for it. But if you want to be more cautious, you will just wait because just wait. I'm being the rebel for everybody.
We'll just live vicariously through your aggressive entry. $69.50. Sell that one. Did I get 35? It's today's date. It's the 12th. Okay. Yes.
You can do stops at 69.60 area. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. I think I'm done.
There we go.
Chips are on the table.
Yep.
Yeah. drop that I thought that may not happen. There, we went right to that supply zone. Doesn't mean we're going to drop. It just means we're having a little bit of a stumble.
Yeah, we've been it's been pretty strong here. I mean, pretty just straightforward, kind of move up out of the gate, kind of flag, move sideways for a while, and we just got kind of a pop for the next leg up, and we'll see what happens from here.
Let's hope it holds to 7,000. That would be amazing if it did. And then for ES, where's the VIX? VIX is popped a little.
Yeah, I see a little buying here.
And I'll let Google do whatever it needs to do to figure it out. So I have eBay, I have Target, I have SPX, and this Google Play. We'll see how it works out. AMD double top. I don't know if that's going to come down now. Keep an eye on that. NVIDIA is holding. MU looks like AMD. Netflix is holding also. Meta looks floppy. Amazon also with the same setup. Caterpillar, same. Depot. Let me see. Just doing a quick little overview. I want to see if there's anything else. DX, what is this? DXCM. Lemonade a little bit yellow. I mean green. Yeah, Oracle is still green. Baba, yeah. I forgot to look at Baba again. So looks like it's starting to come down a little. I don't think a lot, but same as Baidu. All right, Google.
What's for lunch today, Karen?
I think tuna or I don't know. How much? We'll see. What about you? What are you having?
Yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I gotta see what I did. Just go do a little grocery shopping. I can't say.
Get something tasty. All right, that's it. I'm done.
All right, chat. We're gonna call it here for today on the live trading. We have Aaron coming back for the nooner, and then this afternoon we'll do kind of a TradeZella deep dive into my trading so far here this year. And reminder: Zach's futures and prop firm free bootcamp starts tonight, 8:30 p.m. There's a link in the YouTube description that you can register, and then we'll send you the link to join later tonight. Zach did take over 200 grand in prop firm payouts trading futures last year, so I'm sure there's going to be a lot of valuable information in this boot camp, in this webinar tonight. So make sure you guys are there, and in the meantime, we're going to step away for a quick lunch break, and we'll see you guys at noon for the nooner. See you, Karen.
Have a great day.
Thanks, you too. Bye-bye. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, with Aaron for his nooner breakdown. Hope you guys had a good morning. Aaron, did you have a good morning?
I did. Just typical Monday.
Glad to hear. Oh, and I gotta tell you, Aaron, we gotta root for the Steelers tonight. All right, we gotta get you on the Steelers bandwagon for me. All right.
Well, there's no more Colts, so I'll.
There you go. All right, sounds good. All right, go ahead and take it away.
All right, what's up, everybody? How we doing? Who we got? Miss Tomika, what's up? What's up, Mr. Paz? What's going on? Make sure you guys say hi because I can't see everybody. Good morning. I hope you guys had a good morning. This is big old grind higher, right? Big old grind higher. VIX are still holding shorts. We're actually going to go over. We're switching. This is always so fun. This is rollover week, right? Can you believe it's already been a month? But this is rollover week, so we'll go over that here in a second. Everybody get in. Here comes everybody. Mr. Wealth, what's up? Rick, what's up? JK, what's up? JK, what's your name on Discord? I get everybody mixed up because the names are different. It might be different. All right. There we go. All right, everybody. We'll give everybody like one more minute here. Oh, Pennypacker, Cosmo, what's up? How we doing? What up? All right. Oh, hang on. I got somebody trying to see how they can get in here. Okay. She got it. All right. Okay. Cosmo down at Del Boca Vista. Keeping them in line. Good luck on your election. All right. Jada, there she is. What's up? Jada. How are you? You're down south too. You're probably nice and warm. It's a balmy, actually it's kind of warm here today. It's 33 and the sun's kind of out, so we'll take it. I'll take it for mid-January. Okay, let's get started, guys. All right, so starting off in the VIX. Now remember, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX index. Okay, so we're in rollover now. Trading view. Jada says they're cold. I'm not sure what cold means down there, but I don't think it's 33. So trading view. You guys, if you haven't rolled yet, if you don't see a big gap on your continuous VIX contract, VX, you probably will very soon. Okay, this is rollover week. So what we're going to do, make it easy on everybody, is we're going to look at the new contract. Okay, so VXG is in golf. VXG 26 is what we're going to watch. Okay, everybody got that? All right, that'll make it easier. Okay, so on the G contract, we're just watching this pullback. Right, we're watching this pullback right here. So a break of this long is what we want if we're, the markets are going to continue up. We need a break of this long. Okay, so you can see we've been falling. That's all indices strength. Right, but when I show you the indices and where they are, it's kind of like, right? We need the VIX to get through this to keep our indices going up. So we're just drawing from the 1775s up to the 1835s, and that gives us our pullback right here, right? 1798, we need to round down to the nearest nickel because the VIX moves in nickels. 1795, subtract a tick, 1790. So we need to break the 90s. If we break the 90s, right, then we can draw highs to lows, wait for pullbacks, and just continue to trail those things down. Okay? So that's where we're sitting. So if we see these 90s hold, and I'll show you on the indices, especially the ES where we are. If these 90s hold and we start to lift off, then we got to be aware, because the indices could make larger pullbacks, right? But if we break these 90s, then this long is broken, okay? And we're good to go. Now, if you're looking at the continuous, all right, we have already broken that, okay? On the continuous contract, right, from those lows to highs, obviously you can see we've already broken that. But you got to think about it from this standpoint. What is the VIX used for? Well, it's used as a hedging vehicle for downside risk on our broad markets. So if you're going to buy volatility, right, as a hedge, are you going to buy it with a week left on the contract? Or are you going to buy it with a month and a week left? Well, you're going to buy the longer one, right? You're going to buy the one that has more time. Okay? So that's why we're watching the February contract. All right? So we'll see going in the afternoon. We're only a couple ticks away, right? We're only 1 tick away from our line in the sand, 2 ticks away from it breaking. Okay? But if this continues to fall, right, then it's continued indice strength. Okay? But if we do see us defend this line in the sand, and we've seen it more times than we can count, the VIX will come right to its line in the sand and then reverse. All right? So that's what we got to watch. Break the 90s, not trade the 90s, break them. Break them, and then we'll draw highs to lows. We'll draw lows to highs on the indices and see if we can jump into that trend. Okay? All right, any questions? Any questions at all? Everybody good? Okay. Any questions on rollover yet? Remember, if you wake up and there's a great big gap on your continuous contract, TradingView always rolls it over early, okay? Just for whatever reason. All right? Okay, there we go. Now, bank. You'll see what bank has fallen back into, right? Now, remember, this is just an index, right? It doesn't have to be perfect. But when this is rising, right, indices get a tailwind. When it's falling, headwind. So we have fallen right back into our halfway back in the year. All right, so there's January 2nd, lows to highs, and we fell right back into our halfway back in the year. So we'll keep an eye out here, and you can see when it got here, it just stopped, right? So we'll see if we start to build a little trend coming off of this. All right, all we would need to really do for any sort of confirmation is break this halfway back on the day. Okay. Now, if this continues to fall and break, that's a whole nother conversation. Okay. So that's how we're looking at our financials. All right. We do have some larger earnings, I believe, later this week. Some of the larger banks. Now, those aren't in this index, but it will obviously have an effect on it. Okay. So there's our financials. Let's see if we lift off, right? There's a long way. That's a lot of financial strength, right? That's a lot of financial strength. You see last time we were down here, right? So we'll see. All right, so there's our financials. All right. And here's the ES. So where is the ES? Well, funny you should ask, I'll tell you. From these lows, this is halfway back on the year. All right, from our lows on the 2nd to our highs on the 7th, there's our pullback. Now that target is up here, okay? We haven't hit it yet. Actually, it's right there. We haven't hit it yet. But look what we're running back into. Okay, we're running right back into these highs. All right, these last week highs. So this is what I'm talking about. Look where the ES is, okay? So if the VIX then would defend this line in the sand and start to lift off, then you could see a scenario, right, where we fall back down to the bottom of the range, all right, which wouldn't be pretty. Okay, so we're not really drawing up any longs right here on the indices until the VIX would break its long setup. Okay, if this breaks, right, then we can draw highs to lows, and we'll draw lows to highs and look to buy that pullback. Okay? So that's where I'm really up here in no man's land. Right now, if the VIX falls through that long and keeps going, then we're just going to grind higher. Obviously, we're just going to grind higher into our plenty of targets up there. All right. So we're really just kind of no man's land. It wouldn't be surprising if we just hung out here the rest of the day. All right. Now, gap fill this morning, very impressive, right? Here's 30 points away. Here's our gap fill, 7,475. All right. Here's 30 points away. And we know between 20 and 30, right, it's a coin flip. We don't have any edge whatsoever. We know outside of 30, right, we have less than a 50% chance of the gap filling, but that's not zero, right? So we opened right here outside of 30 points at 9:30, and we just went straight up, right? Straight up. Finally took a break, filled the gap. Okay, so the gap is filled. All right, the gap is absolutely filled today. So very impressive move, right? Very impressive move. Right, here's the VIX at 9:30, right there, right? So we opened, VIX started to fall, indices just grind higher, okay? And that'll continue if we just melt, right? But this is where we are. We're really kind of up here in no man's land, right? So the VIX needs to get through that long, and then we can draw this lows to highs, right? Coordinate that with the VIX and buy into that trend, okay? So that's where we are right now. That's where we are right now. All right, these are big moves. Okay, these are big money-making moves here, right? I mean, this was below 30 points. So we've gone from, call it 69.70 up to, we've gone 40 points. That's a long way on the ES. All right, that's a long way. So we'll see. All right, we'll see going in the afternoon. Bank is hovering at support, wondering if that would help the ES above previous high. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Luke. Yep. If this starts to lift off, absolutely. Indices will have a tailwind. Yep, indices will absolutely have a tailwind. All right. So, yep, I didn't get the fill today. There's no probabilities for me, so I didn't trade it at all. I tried to make it easy. Just trade when I got odds in my favor. So I didn't trade the gap fill at all. All right. So there we go. There's the ES. Now the NASDAQ, right? Right back at highs. So here's the long. We were talking about this morning, right? There's the long halfway back on the year. January 2nd to our highs up here on the 7th. Pull back, pull back, pull back. This was 8 ticks away. All right, straight up. So now we're back at the top of this range. All right, are we going to get through it? I don't know. Crystal ball's in the shop. We'll just go off what our leading indicators tell us. All right, the VIX continues to fall and bank continues to rise. Yeah, we can grind through that. All right, bank goes sideways to down. VIX defends its long, and we're going to make a pullback. All right, so we're definitely right up here at highs. Okay, so same spot. ES and the NASDAQ are very similar here, right? There's the ES right at these highs. There's the NASDAQ. Okay. So again, it wouldn't be surprising if we just chill out up here. We'll see how much participation we have going in the rest of the day. All right, now the YM and the Russells a little bit different. Okay, remember the YM and the Russells. Oh wow, hold on. Hear my ding, hear that ding go off? All right, so we just traded our line in the sand. On the new contract, we traded the 90s. All right. So we are right at our line in the sand. Let's see if we get through it. Let's put another alert up here. There we go. All right. So right at our line in the sand right now. So this is a big deal, right? If we get through it, now obviously we're going to have pullbacks, but if we get through it, then that means that long is broken. We defend it. Remember, the VIX is technical down to the tick. So if we defend this thing, you'll see the indices roll over. All right, so we'll see. Okay, so onto the YM and the Russells. All right, remember, they're the most coordinated with bank, right? Or the most sensitive to bank's movements. So see it broke this short from highs. That one. Get rid of this. There we go. Okay, so here's where the YM is. All right, from these lows, this is January 2nd, right? Halfway back in the year, right there. All right. Thanks, Edward. Okay. So there's halfway back in the year. Now, what we're going to watch for here on the YM is this pullback, right? Because bank is at support, right? So if we make a pullback and bank continues to hold support and then bank lifts off, it's going to lift off the YM. Okay. Well, this isn't a blindly trusted type pullback, right? We'll just coordinate it with bank, right? All right. And the VIX, of course, but YM, the Russells are the most sensitive to bank's movements here. All right. Always are. I never say always, but most of the time. All right. Okay. So there's the YM. All right. Now onto the Russells. The Russells actually broke. All right. A short setup. Okay. So here's the Russells. Now its lows are from the 7th. All right. Last Wednesday, lows to highs. There's its pullback. Now it just broke the short setup. Okay, it broke its opposing move. All right, right there. Ding, ding, ding. All right, so we can draw up this long. All right, very similar to the YM. So we can draw up that long now. All right, we come down here, we hold this, we get a reaction, bank starts to lift off, right? VIX is breaking longs, then we're going to lift off. We got targets above us. Okay, so everything's in long setups. VIX is in shorts, banks in longs, indices are all in longs. All right, so that's where we go. We just got to wait for these pullbacks. All right, so we'll see if the VIX gets a reaction at that line in the sand, or we're going to go through it. Okay. All right, so there's the indices. So any questions, VIX bank indices on this Monday? VIX bank indices on this Monday? Anybody? No? All right, good. Okay. Moving on, Bitcoin just squeezing right back into its resistance. Okay. Just pretty much going sideways. Oh, you want to see VIX again? Yeah. There you go. All right, there, that's what we're watching. Just like that. 1775 to 1835. See, we're starting to get a little reaction there. Watch that. 98, 95, 90, yeah. We're going to break the 90s. Okay. Did G break the line and say no? 98, round down to 95, subtract the tick, 90. So we're at the 90s right now. We've got to break that. Yep, we've got to break that. It did on the continuous, but we're not really watching the continuous. You can see there's a reaction there. There's definitely a reaction. Okay. So Bitcoin, squeezing right back into resistance, just going sideways. All right. Here's our resistance levels from our highs on the 5th, down here to our lows on the 8th. Pull back, pull back, pull back. So we're just in a range. Okay, we can trade the top of the range. We can trade the bottom. We want to stay out of the middle. Okay. So we'll see if these break, right, we're just squeezing back into these highs. This is a resistance level as well. That's an extension short. All right. So we'll see. We will see. But right now it's just squeezed back into highs. All right. So there's Bitcoin. All right, let's move on to spot. All right. Okay. Here's spot. This is a larger time frame. All right, that extension short, it broke by $100 or around $100, but it's from October 17th down here to our lows on November 21st. Okay, traded. This is the short inside of that. This is the worker bee move inside of that. All right, those highs to lows. So you can see spot looks just a little bit different, not a whole lot different, just a little bit. But we're right back into these highs. Okay? Right back into those highs. So we'll see. We'll see. You can see there's a lot of resistance above us. All right? So it's in a downtrend. Right? Has not broken anything. All right? So nothing exciting there. All right. Stocks. What would you guys like to see? What would you guys like to see going into the week? Bank getting a little boost here. EOSE. Yeah, Alex, I was actually looking at that this morning. All right. There we go. That is rolling right back into resistance. This is what we're watching here. Okay, on the daily chart. All right, from our highs, January of 21, move this down, to our lows, that's basically all-time high to all-time lows. So we're right in that 50% right there. Okay? And we haven't broken through it. Now, on the smaller time frame, or I'm sorry, this is still in the larger time frame, we're in this 50% long right here. So you can see we've squeezed out of this long right back into this resistance. So on the smaller time frame, this is what we're watching. All right, there's really nothing to go off of, right, other than just this halfway back from this low at the end of December. All right, there could be all sorts of different extension anchors on a much smaller time frame, but there's just not much there yet technically right here to draw off of. Okay, I mean, you could make the case that that was a pullback. If you want like a line in the sand, you could go from these January 7th highs to highs, right? Right, if you kind of want a line in the sand, like a bullish above line, or it's going to make a pullback, kind of like a straight up or not at all. Right, so that's where we're at. It's in an uptrend, right? It's in an uptrend. It's just it's running into this resistance above us. So is it going to get through it? We don't know. We don't know. That's how you could look at it right there. This is on an hourly, right? But this is the big one right here. That's the big support level right there. All right. So that's how we got that guy. All right. See you, Luke. Oh, couldn't get one of those fills I had. Yeah. You want to see? You're welcome, Alex. Grace, what's up? Dash, sure. Let's take a look. All right. Geez, haven't looked at this one in a while. All right, this broke. Where's our support? Yeah, support broke. If the trend broke, that doesn't mean it's going to go. See how we're going up in stair steps here? Boom, right? Boom, 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 target. But then this next stair step broke, right? And then as soon as that broke, there was a short from highs. Right there. That's it. Okay, so this is potentially a halfway back. All right, so that's what you want to watch right there. All right, on the larger time frame. Okay, we see those stair steps. The series broke, and then as soon as the series broke, it held the first short from highs. Okay, so let's zoom in and see if we can't see what's going on here. All right, so here's your support level, right down here at these like 165-ish. Okay, now this is dangerous. This draw, you'll see a reaction there, right? See the reaction right there. You'll always see a reaction at that halfway back. But is there going to be a nut because we ran into this short from highs first? So is there going to be enough of a reaction to hold us up? No, I don't know, but probability wise, the path of least resistance is down, right? So you can watch this right here, right? But you trade, this is a dangerous draw. This is a tire tracks across your back, get steamrolled potentially type draw. So if that is support, right? If that is support, then you're going to break a short from highs. And you can see you're kind of in a pickle because that's real close to that resistance. So what you would want to see happen, right, for a new entry long is you'd want to see these shorts hold. More than likely, they'll go into extensions of extensions down in here to this target. Then those extensions will break and you'll be able to buy that first pullback. Okay. But right now, right, it's in a short. I mean, it's in a short. It absolutely is in a short, leading you back down into support. All right. Now, obviously, all that can change, but that's where you are right now. All right. That's where you are right now. All right. Okay. All right. All right. Any other ones? Hopefully that was okay, Grace. I don't know if that's the news you want to hear, but that's kind of what it is. I wish I could give you better news if you're long. All right. Everybody good? Everybody good? Okay. All right. Moving on. You're welcome, Grace. Swear jar's up to 59 bucks. I wonder if they counted when I said HELL this morning, if that counts. I don't want to say it again because I don't know if it counts. All right. Okay. All right, there we go. You guys got my screen? I don't see that you have my screen. Yeah, you do. Okay. All right. Okay. Anything exciting happening? No, not yet. All right, so crude oil. Crude oil is defending this extension long, okay? We started talking about crude oil again. Obviously, there's a lot of geopolitical stuff going on. But here's the long that we're looking at on crude oil, right? The big pullback that I'm kind of waiting on. It's from these lows on December 16th to this high on January 9th. That's here. Now, inside of this, what is holding us high up and like holding us from making that pullback? All right, there's a little extension long right here. Okay, from our not an extension, but a traditional in this series. From this low last Friday to highs. Okay, right there. Now you can see it didn't break, right? So we could chop around up here. Now, if we do break this, we're making this pullback. All right, and that would be a juicy long. Okay, that'd be a juicy long from these lows on December 16th to our highs. Okay, right there. But right now, you're in this long right here. Okay, it's got a target above us. All right. So that's what's holding us up. And it does appear that we broke the opposing move. Yep, we did. All right. So we'll see if we get liftoff or just going to build a big old sneaky snake on top of this extension here. All right. But at least crude oil is moving. Right. It was dead in the water there for a while. All right. So still in these longs, just the very beginning of the week, right? We're very beginning of the week here. Okay. Now gold and silver. All right, stars of the show today, right? So gold, oh, I didn't get to it. All right, here's gold. Now, remember we were talking about this morning. You got to go zoom out to see this. All right, from our highs on April 22nd, okay, to our highs on October 20th. That was the pullback, right? Now that target has been hit. It finally hit. It was these 4607s. Okay, those were finally hit up here. So we've now gone through them, not by much, but we have. So there's an potential extension long from those highs on October 20th, right? Highs to highs. See how we've gone through this profit target? That big profit target? So we can draw this highs to highs if we get a pullback. Now there's also, when you zoom in to the daily charts or the smaller time frame, these little worker bees that were leading us higher, right? There was number one right there. That is its target right there. So it went to and through that target. So is there a potential highs to highs? Yeah, absolutely there is. Okay. And it was front run the first time we were here, right there. All right. And now we're actually at that target. So we'll just continue to trail, right? We'll continue to trail. Hello, Snipe. What's up? Smash that like button. That's right. Thanks, Snipe. So we've got these two support levels below us on gold. Nothing's saying it's going to make, it's got to pull back, right? And can just, the way the precious metals are flying, and just go straight up. But if we do get these pullbacks, that's what we're watching. Okay? So they're still in a bid. Obviously, the precious metals are in a bid. All right? So no pullback yet. No pullback yet on gold. Okay? Silver just made a new all-time high, and then it's pulling back a little bit. Let's see where it is now. Oh, new all-time high. Okay, so here's where silver is. Silver is on the larger time frame. All right, here's these extension longs from October 17th to our highs here on December 28th. Pullback. Boom. Targets are up here at 89.49. So we're climbing into these targets. So where does that put us on the smaller time frame? This is straight up, right? This is straight up price action. So there's not a whole lot to go off of other than this previous high right here. And there is potentially an extension long from last Friday's highs to highs. That's the best we can do with this because it's just going ballistic, right? We had this first get up there. That first little pullback right there, then a little target, see, a little profit taking coming off of there. So number two, so we can just continue to trail those. Okay, continue to trail those. All right. Hang on, I'll off the screen again. Get up there. Come on. There we go. Okay. All right, so that's the best we can do there. We'll just keep trailing those extensions up into these. Now, when we get to these 89.49s, right, we're going to have to pay attention. Okay? But everything's in a bid. Right? Precious metals are in a bid. So nothing exciting there. Now, when we get to our dollar, okay, this is where we've got some potential coming up. All right, DXY has traded into a resistance. Now, remember, this is just the index of the currencies. This isn't the currencies. This is just the index of them. From January 6th to our highs on the 9th, there's that pullback. Okay, and you'll see the inverse of this, obviously, on the euro. Euro makes up over 50% of this index. So these pullbacks, right, if they hold, that's more dollar strength. Okay, now, if they break, hold these shorts, and you'll see the inverse of this again on the euro, and break these long setups, we can go from dollar strength to dollar weakness trades. All right. So, you know, it's at a pullback, right? It's at a pullback. Okay. Because when you look at the dollar yen, okay, the dollar yen's in these extension longs. Absolutely it is. All right. And that's from our highs on January 7th to our highs on January 9th. Okay. There's your extension long. There's your trading our support, right? And that target is up here. We're right back at these highs. If we can't get through these, right, then we can fall all the way back down to the bottom of this range. We wouldn't want to trust anything in the middle, right? So that would be go from dollar strength to dollar weakness, okay? So, but if we do, obviously, continue on through those highs, then it's just more dollar strength. Now, when you look at the euro, okay, euro's in a pretty big deal, okay? So coming out of these lows on the larger time frame. Okay, the euro's in this big long setup. All right, get rid of all these alerts. From this low on November 4th of last year to highs. That's a big long setup it's in right there. All right. So when we zoom in, that's that big long setup, and it came down to these previous lows. Okay, there's the big long setup. Now, we haven't made it through the opposing move. This is all dollar weakness, and this falling is dollar strength, but we're falling back into a pullback. Okay, so if this pullback holds and we start to lift off, we've got targets up here, and then anything above us would have to break longs. We'd be in longs. Okay, because right now we're still in shorts. We haven't broken anything, but this pullback's a big one. Now we break that, we can continue to fall. That would confirm our resistance above us if we break this, right? And it would confirm targets below. All right, so this is a big deal. All right, this is a really juicy long if, you know, we get participation, because we can lift off and we got a long way to go. Okay, and that would switch us from all this dollar strength, right, into dollar weakness trades. All right, so we're watching this really close, right? Watching that really close. Okay, because this dollar strength, right? We're about neutral on the indices and the precious metals, but if we do go into dollar weakness, then the precious metals and the indices should get a boost, at least a little one. Okay. More so than anything with the dollar right now, I'm looking to trade it. Right, I'm looking for this pullback. See if we get participation there. Because that's an incredible risk-reward trade, right? All right. Did Bitcoin just get Matumboed again? It did. Look at that. Smack at that resistance again. Sheesh. All right. Here's British pound. Okay. So British pound still has this pullback to make. Now, is it going to get all the way down there? It doesn't have to, right? Because if the euro takes off, right, pound and euro move together most of the time. All right, we're going to see the pound lift off. All right, now it didn't get through the short from highs either. Right, there's its short from highs right there. Okay, so you can see that could lead us back down into support. All right, so when you're looking at the dollar, euro's got room to fall into support. Right, British pound, room to fall into support. Okay, so I'll have to keep an eye on those, because you can almost feel there's a big dollar trade cooking here. All right, going into the new year. All right, so VIX has not broken yet. One more tick. One more tick and we break. Bank just kind of falling back into support. Nothing crazy here. That's what I mean. We might just chill out up here. All right. Oops. We might just chill out up here. So we'll see. All right. Keep a close eye on the VIX here. Right. Because if it does lift off, then we are going to make that pullback. All right. Bank going sideways. There's really no sideways to higher or sideways to lower on bank. It's just sideways. All right. Starting to see a little bit of profit taken up there. Okay. Art, what's going on? All right. Okay. Questions? Anything you guys might have missed? Anything you got? Congrats if you got long this morning. That was a great move. All right, 40 points, great move. Just to put this into perspective, the ES is in the 7,000s. That's just something. What was it, just last year and a half ago, we were saying, man, can you believe we're going to hit 5,000 on the ES? Which VIX contract are we looking at? Look right up here. All right. VXG as in golf. Yep. Yes, no one in particular. Yeah, you can put one in. What do you want to see? Who are you? Yeah, VX Golf, Mike. Open, yeah, I just looked at that this morning. There wasn't any if you're looking at it to sell, there just wasn't any premium on it. There we go. Yeah, hasn't broken that short yet. So here's what it looks like. Right, there's this long from low. This is half off sale. Right, half off sale. Right, from 0 to these highs up here on September 17th. So there's the pullback. Right, there's the pullback. Now, if you draw highs to lows, it hasn't gotten through that short setup. So what we're watching on this one, right, is to see, right, because we had this pullback here, it's a little sloppy. If these halfway backs hold, if these halfway backs hold and start to lift off, then we know we've got room at least up here to like this 825. Okay, but if this falls and we don't see participation there, we can fall all the way back down to the bottom of this range. Right? So that's what we're looking at right there with that one. If I remember correctly, the only premium you could get was around 6 or 650. I forget when I looked at it. Right? But it's just not, it hasn't broken out of shorts. See how it hasn't broken out of this? Now, if we had broken out of that and we're making a pullback, that's a different story. Because then we broke the short setup. All right. So it's just not saying it's going to go down. I'm just saying this is what I want to watch. I want to watch this for a reaction, and then we'll be good to go. All right. I was looking at that exact thing this morning. Okay. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. There we go. All right. Okay. Pulling out silver too early depends on your yes, Mike's VXG26, VX Golf. Yeah. You have until Friday. I'm not sure what you got. No one in particular. I'm not sure what. I'm not sure who you are because the name is different. Yeah, so we'll see if that long from those holds and then lifts off and you're good to go. All right. Okay, pulling out a silver too early. Any suggestions? Yeah, just don't touch it. Just wait for a pullback, get in on a pullback, right? And just let it go. Or get in and get into an ETF like a PSLV or an SLV and just dollar cost average it, right? Because this is just the start. You know, right now there's almost a $9 difference between the Shanghai Silver Exchange and the silver futures. Right, so that's $9 spread between physical and the futures market. Isn't that crazy? All right. Okay. But yeah, Alex, I mean, depending on what you want to do, right? I mean, you can always just start dollar cost averaging into it, right? Into an ETF. Yeah. Yeah, there's a $9 spread. That's insane between physical silver and the futures. Right. Remember the whole thing a couple weeks ago, where China decided to limit exports, right? AGQ is a 2 times ETF. Gotcha. All right. Your Silo 2 thought you can do more. Yeah, I mean, you just gotta wait for pullbacks, right? You just gotta wait for pullbacks and just have your mentality set ahead of time as to what your time frame is, right? So if you got into silver, right, on, you know, we're not really doing much right now, it's just going freaking straight up. But like if you got into silver on this, you know, extension long right here, right, then you target that negative 0.36. You target those 84s. Right, once you get the 84s, you either hedge it or you take profit and then just wait for the next one. right? You didn't get the next one. Oh, well, right? It's going, like I said, it's going straight up. But if you do get a pullback, right, you can get into it, stop below 61.8, right? And just let the trade work. Jada, what are you looking at? Ticker? Screen? I'm looking at SI right now. /SI. I'm not sure what it is on TradingView. I think it's probably SI exclamation exclamation point. That too. All right. Oh, it's on open. I didn't switch my. Oh, sorry. Would help. I haven't done that in a while. I've been pretty good at that. I used to be really bad at that. I just have my happy butt talking about something for 20 minutes. People be screaming at me, "You're on the wrong screen." There we go. All right. Yeah, so silver over here. This is what I was showing. There we go. All right. Yeah, that's what I would wait for now. That's the next pullback, and then we've got this previous high defending us. The only thing you want to watch out for is if we get here first. We get to those 89.49s, like we just go straight up, then that's a big deal, because that's a big profit target, and that's going to change, or it's not going to change draws. Yeah, it's going to change draws, but we'll have something to work off of when we get there. All right. Okay. Any questions? Anybody? Anything else? This is a teaching hospital, so. Oh, speaking of hospital, I don't know why this brought. I watched a great show, 11/23/63. Have you guys watched it? It sounded kind of dumb because like a time travel thing, which you got to take with a grain of salt. But this was really good. I don't know if anybody's seen that. But really good. Really, I was really surprised. That's the one I was talking about. It has a dude from Spider-Man, James Franco in it. It's really good. All right, really good. So you're welcome. All right. Thanks, Miss Paz. All right, thanks, Alex. It's about like if you could go back in time and stop the Kennedy assassination. It's really kind of, it's interesting. Anyway, all right, just ignore me. All right, everybody good? Tyler, you got us? NWO, you're welcome. Okay, guys, remember tomorrow's CPI, so this afternoon could be a little slow. We'll see. But tomorrow is CPI. So, all right, I will talk to you guys in the morning. Thanks, Tyler.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Aaron.
Goodbye.
All right, guys, just to wrap up today's live stream, I wanted to update you all on the the road to six figures prop firm goal for this year. And I was starting off with the Tradeify 50K Lightning funded account. And it got off to a good start. And I wanted to kind of just be transparent with you guys and show you how things can take a turn and how easy it is to get caught up in your emotions and why you can blow accounts and, not get to those payouts even when you get so close sometimes. And I actually even talked about this very thing on stream on Thursday during the stream. If you look here, you can see that this Thursday shows as minus $700. And we'll get into that. But Thursday during the day, so actually Thursday morning, I had made $600. So if you weren't on earlier and you're not aware, this is a 50K Lightning funded account from Tradeify where you have to have a 20% consistency in order to get a payout, and you also have to reach a $3,000 profit target. So 20% of 3,000 is 600. So I cap my max winning days at 600. That's kind of what I'm aiming for. And I had actually put a max loss limit on this account to automatically liquidate and stop me out for the day, a max loss of $300. So the first 4 days, if you see here, max win, max win, max win. And then on Thursday morning before market opens, 7:12 a.m., max win. So I was 4 days max win. I needed one more max win to make the account eligible for a payout. And I actually said on stream that I should, on Thursday afternoon, that I should size down because I'm probably due for a losing day here. So I should size down. But then what did I do, right? So this was on Thursday evening. It was So this shows at 19:12, so that would have been 7:12 p.m. I actually came to my computer desk. I sat down to edit some content. The Penguins were playing, the hockey team I follow, so I put on the Pens game. I'm editing some content, and I happened to just decide to throw up my charts while I'm at it and take a look. Well, next thing you know, I'm like, let me see if I can catch a little long here and just lock in $600 real quick and, achieve the first payout and, just get there, try to rush it there. You know what I mean? Right. So, and so you can see what that started with was I sized up. I took a large, I can't remember exactly. I'd have to look into it, but I took a large MNQ position. And you can see here, I had my max loss set at $300. It went a little above that before it kicked me out. So it ended up liquidating me at $326. So this was my first trade. And what it was here, you can see on TradeZella, is this was my first entry. I ended up adding into it with more size, and then ultimately getting stopped out for a $300 loss. And you can see there wasn't even a really big stop. First entries at 82, and then 87, so 2 entries there. And I got stopped out for $326 here, only like 10 points away. So that means I would have had to have on like 15 micros, I think, just some quick rough math. And just to show you guys what that trade setup was, it wasn't even really a good setup. I've gone back to it on my chart here. So this was the level here on the hourly chart on NQ. And this would have been Wednesday, this level, no, Tuesday, I'm sorry, Tuesday. And then on Thursday, it acted as resistance all day, but we did ultimately end up getting an hourly close through this level, and here, which ends up invalidating that level for me. But for whatever reason, I still had it on my chart. And so when the Asia session sold off here down to this level and started to give us a little bit of a bounce, I'm like, maybe that level will hold. Maybe I can take a quick scalp back up until the Asia opening print here, put on a bunch of size, took a quick loss, right? And if I leave it at that, it's probably not all that big of a deal. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, you took your max loss. It was a stupid decision. You probably should be trading Asia. You probably should be sizing up. You just said on stream earlier today, you should be sizing down. You're due for a loss. All these things, right? And it could have been that. So now let's look and see what the Zella. So this is a green to red trade. So, okay, yeah. So I was up $352 on this trade, but I was aiming for 600, right? So I probably could have scaled out more, taken some more profits. I probably could have done some different management with this. But I had gotten pretty close with size on. I only needed probably another 5 or 10 points to lock out max win. So I went from being up $352 to taking a $326 loss in this trade. And the reason being, like, I'm sizing everything for like a profit goal, not based off of like the trade setup or the chart, or I'm rushing. I'm just rushing. I'm making bad decisions. I'm rushing because the payout's so close. I can taste it. And I just want to get there. I just want to get it right and to start making bad decisions. And that's what can happen as things get closer and closer. So that's bad decision number, whatever you could call it. I don't know. There's probably a mix of 5 bad decisions that I'm even trading there, right? But then where I decided to double down on the bad decision making is I decide, all right, I'm going to remove my max loss limit on the day, my risk settings. I'm going to take it off, cancel that max loss risk setting, and I'm going to double down, size up, and go for another trade. And voila, wouldn't you know, a nice $999 loss, which was the max daily loss limit on the Tradeify Lightning funded account. Now that's just a soft breach, thank goodness, right? But at the bare minimum, what I've now done to myself is I needed one more max winning day. I just took a max loss on the account. Oh, hold on, actually, I don't think I showed this back up. Let me show you. Talking about, but anyway, I decided to double down here, and you can see this trade max loss $990, basically just on tilt at that point, averaging in trading with hopium, right? And this eventually stopped me out at the Tradeify max daily loss limit, which is a soft breach, but it kicked me out of the account for the day. And it undid 2 good trading days with. So the first trade was at 7:15. This is 7:28. So in a span of 15 minutes, I decided to waste 2 days of good trading. and also dig myself a hole. So now I would go from being 1 day away from a payout to erasing 2 days. So at the very least now I need 3 more max winning days to be at a point where I can achieve a payout, right? I talked about it all week. I talked about it earlier in the week with Zach. I talked about how it all starts with one small decision. And you know that one small decision where it started? It was one small decision to pull up my charts while I'm supposed to be editing and watching a little hockey. I decided to make the dumb decision. Let's see what the market's doing, right? That's the one small decision that I said with Zach earlier this week, right? Starts with one small bad decision. Yeah, 100%, right? It starts with that one small bad decision. That's first one. The first domino to fall was pulling up my charts when I should have had no business even trading. Should have just stayed patient. Wait for trading the first hour and a half of Asia is not, and sizing up to do so, right? Because it typically doesn't move as much. So you size up looking for smaller moves. And anyway, it bit me, right? So ultimately end up now digging myself a bit of a hole. Luckily today I'm able to get another max win. So ultimately this account is up $1,700, but I would still need it still needs to get to 3,000, right? We still need another almost $1,300. So we'll need 2 max winning days and maybe even a little bit of change there, because so 990 and 320, both of these losses I went a little bit over. I think they give you like a little cushion, so depending on your fills, right? So now this is going to take me 3 more winning days. I got one of those today. It'll take me at least 2 more, and then maybe 1 more small win. We'll see. The win today is obviously is big. That's great. We love to see that. That helps because I kind of put my back against the wall here. And what I was trying to do with this account, the goal is to sort of spread the love amongst a bunch of different prop firms and look to take me 1 max 2 trades a day on each account. But this one got off to such a good start that I sort of decided, hey, instead of investing a bunch more of my money into props, let's see if I can take this first $2,000 payout and then use that $2,000 to sort of like spread the wealth a little bit where it's not coming out of my own pocket here. So that's still the goal. It's just going to take us a little bit longer now. We'll see what we can do with it the rest of this week. But yeah, that was the gist of it that I wanted to talk to you guys about. That one small decision that can lead, opening the charts, then oversizing, then removing my risk limits and deciding to continue to trade. At that point I'm on tilt, so then I'm hitting max loss limit. So yeah, it just takes that one small domino of a bad decision to lead to destruction. It can, things can spiral really fast. So I didn't trade props Friday, but I do want to talk about my options trades. It ended up being like, I think I ended up down like $50 on the day. I had a SPY, turned out to be a winner, but QQQ turned out to be a loser. But I just want to talk about this. Let me pull up QQQ here. By the way, QQQ is still holding up here. I want to look at the next day. So coming into the day on Friday, we did not have this level in play. That was from here. So this was coming into the day. We had this mess, right? And all this consolidation here. SPY was actually showing some relative strength. And I took, our opening print was here. All right, so I took 628 calls. And this is just going to be an example of basically the importance of picking the correct option strike and expiration date, and not just trying to take smaller contracts with the better option, the better target, right? I got a little too ahead of myself here, right? So we were down here at 621, and I tried some SPY longs, which ended up working. I made money on the SPY longs, but I also tried some QQQ longs, and I did 0-day 628 expirations because we had gotten, I think I took this entry here. We, got the initial push down, got back above the open, consolidated, and this bounce off the open here back above VWAP. I believe this was my QQQ entry on the 628 calls. So from 621.8 up to, this was ultimately my target, up at 627.66, which that level came from, actually this level wasn't in play either. So this was my target. And now I'm looking at this on NQ right here. This one's like QQQ. So let me switch this chart to QQQ. Let's remove this level. Let's remove this level. All right, so I had this target, which was at 627.66. And we, at the time, this is our hourly chart without extended hours on. And so I took my entries. We got back above the opening print in VWAP here, which we ultimately ended up consolidating a little bit and then breaking down, which this ended up being a gorgeous level-to-level move. And I think I added into this maybe even a little bit on this bounce. But you can see we came down, tagged the level here at 619, and did ultimately end up starting to make the move. And, pretty clean trend the rest of the day that just kept inching higher, 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 and, hit target perfectly. And this actually never went quite in the money. So I had the 628s, and it went to 627.89. And so this was, had potential to be green, very small green, but because of this little bit of consolidation that we dealt with here, and I'd have to double check on the entry here, but I entered somewhere in here, and the little bit of consolidation that we dealt with, and then the selling off, which kind of ate a lot of the premium, and these went down, I don't know, probably at least 50% or whatever. By the time it did ultimately make the move and get to target, and which it didn't quite ever get in the money, they just never, as a zero date expiration contract, they just never really made me any decent money whatsoever, which, it's just a sign of I got a little bit greedy, I would say, maybe. I don't know if you'd call it greedy, but it just, you look at I'm trading a smaller options account, so you try to, I guess it's greedy because you want to have more options, you want to have, more contract size, so if it does work out in your favor. Made a really clean level-to-level move. Had it been a futures trade, it's probably at least a 200-point win. You know what I mean? But that's the thing you got to consider. It's a lot of times with options, it's worth taking the better strike that has a better opportunity of going, in the money, beyond the money in a timely manner, than taking the one that's further out of the money and cheaper and really aiming for that home run, getting more contracts. It's probably better to take less cons with the better strikes. So, ultimately, it ended up being it was like a minus $50 on the day because I had the SPY winner, and by the time I closed QQQ, it was a small loser. And I think I took a JP Morgan trade too. That was a small loser. So, not a great end of my week, right? It was okay. Today's been all right. Today we got the win, right? So back on the horse. QQQ is still pushing here. We'll see how today ends up, but ultimately, it's been mostly good, but you can see how one or two small bad decisions can undo a lot of good work. So it's always important to keep in mind, keep your size in check. Don't be greedy. Keep it, base hits every day, compound those wins, and things will probably have a much better chance of working out for you. So, but I'm going to stay transparent with this. Keep you guys along on the journey. If we blow the count, you guys will know. If we take a payout, you guys will know. We're just going to keep walking through it and trying to improve as we go. I want to dial in my trades out a little more. Life's just been busy. But in terms of like a daily routine and stuff like that, we'll start diving into that stuff more. So tracking my sleep, all that good stuff. So we're going to do it. I'm excited. We got a lot more good stuff for this year. Also, before we get off, I'm trading the Tradeify 50K Lightning funded account. Tradeify is sponsoring our Trading the Game Show segment. This week, Ooh, there we go. Nice push on the cues here. This week, we will officially be having our first Tradeify sponsored game show event, which is where we trade, we scalp. The traders this time, you'll be trading, if you would want to compete, you'd be trading on a Tradeify account, so you'd be trading futures. You would be answering trivia questions. We'd want you to come on camera. But if you win, you can choose between either their 25K Lightning funded account, which is a direct funded, straight to funded account, or 150K. Let me double check the name of it. They have 3. I think it's maybe their select account. Yeah, select. So if you would win the game show segment, which you would be competing against one of the in-house stock dad traders. If you win the game show segment, you would get to choose between a 150K select account for free or a 25K Lightning account. And we're also going to be doing Tradeify giveaways. Either it's going to be their growth and their select accounts for viewers of the game show. So that's going to be this week. If you're interested in competing on the game show, reach out to us. Tag me. I'm in the Discord. I believe my Discord username is @RiskLifeNews. You can DM me on Instagram or, say something in the comments @RiskLifeNews. You could DM the Stock Dads TV Instagram page. I'm going to get a sign-up sheet for that. But if you're interested in competing, we'd love to have you guys on, give you the chance to win those accounts. Both would be good options, right? You get the large size 150K account, or you get the direct to funded, which is the smaller account, but you don't have to worry about any evals. You're working towards a payout from your very first trade. So, yeah, that's exciting news. We're excited to have them on board. Hopefully it'll help take that segment to the next level here, make it a little bit more entertaining. It'll put a little bit more, we're not just going to be using the same 2 traders every time, be getting some new guests in and stuff like that. So let us know. Let us know. We want to see you guys compete. We want to see you guys win some accounts. We want to have some fun with you guys and bring you on the show. So if you're somebody who likes to talk a little smack, come on. You can trade a Mar, talk a little smack, beat them, So call. That's what I want you to do. If you want to compete in trading the game show, I want you to call somebody out. I want you to call out a Stock Dads trader. If you're part of the Discord, I want you to call somebody out in the Discord, tag them, and say, "Yo, I'm gonna whoop your ass in trading the game show." And let's get so we can start hyping it up, get a little beef going here, huh? Spice it up a little bit here. Let's go. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end it with one more DJ fart. Because, let's go. Solid stream today. Karen, I think, had a couple good winners. QQQ ended up working out for me. SoundCloud, not so much. But I hope you guys all enjoy the rest of your evening. If you're still trading this afternoon, make sure you trade safe. We're back tomorrow, 8:15 a.m. to run it back again. Thank you guys for supporting Stock Dads TV. We'll see you guys all tomorrow. Love you all. Peace out, everybody.